So they're really trying to control the market in a way that feels very monopolizing, very illegal, specifically. And so are there conversations either among the cities, among the state? Obviously the Utility Commission is not managing this. So are there options that we have to go after what feels illegal?
Who would like to answer
Eric,
that question?
Would you like to answer that,
Not an easy one to start out with, but there you have it.
I'm sure Councilmember Mendel could. I was just going to say that EBCE staff and as well as their lobbyists are working with legislators and the CPUC to try to make changes in how the PCIA is calculated. But as of now, it's something that we're stuck with.
So
I will add that the entire nature of PG&E may be, subject to some changes. And I know that I have signed on to, it's really being pushed by San Jose Mayor Sam Liccardo, but this effort to actually turn PG&E into a more public corporation that would have benefits of borrowing at less cost to do the work and would return any profits to the ratepayers rather than stockholders. That may bring about a lot of changes and, maybe even better cooperation with the CCAs, which East Bay Community Energy is one. So that may be out there in the future. I mean, the whole future of PG&E due to the liabilities they've incurred from the fires and other problems that they've had in recent years is in question.
And I would, if I may add, Mayor, just to respond to your question, Councilmember Lemon. So East Bay Community Energy and all the CCAs are fighting tooth and nail to prevent PG&E from squeezing us the way that they are. If we are successful in that, then the choice that's been described by staff tonight will not be before us, and we'll be able to maintain Billion 100. And great. I would put the likelihood of success on that at less than 5%. And so I think we all need to start sort of preparing for the likelihood that we're going to be faced with a really crummy choice this fall.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I agree that Sam Liccardo, has been a champion. Senator Wiener has also championed this, and yet the Public Utilities Commission approved the bankruptcy, which was our leverage to get that reform that you were talking about, Mayor. And so I agree with you. It would be fantastic. I also agree with Councilmember Mendel that the likelihood is pretty limited, and is why I'm sort of calling it out of, we do pay lobbyists, we have these networks, and is there something we can do to push? And, working with the other CCAs, et cetera. So I'll leave that there. In terms of the actual questions on the table. So obviously I want to meet and exceed our greenhouse gas goals. That's not a question. My challenge is that I don't know that I can really advocate for requiring our residents to opt into a higher, to opt out of the higher, right? They can always opt down. That's currently the choice. But what we're talking about is that the default choice actually be a higher than PG&E. And there's already so much confusion and so much sort of misinformation about the fact that right now, East Bay Clean Energy and PG&E are equivalent, that require the city saying you will by default have a higher energy bill. I'm not sure that sells. And I think, in our communications about if that is our choice, that we must, Brilliant 100 goes away and we have to make this choice, that we absolutely encourage people and show sample bills about, look, you absolutely can pick the 100% renewable option, and it's only going to cost this much, and all of that push to hopefully encourage people to do it and to find that they can fiscally do it. But as a city, I don't know that I can really advocate for it. And I absolutely understand that the trade-off is that we lose 3 to 5% of the gains that we've made, which are not it's not an insignificant amount. But that's kind of where I'm sitting. In terms of the nuclear, sorry, it's not the nuclear option. That's not the right phrase, but it is the nuclear power piece. I think, we need to look at we're a no nuclear city. So is this something, where does that sit policy-wise? On balance, I realize the concerns about nuclear energy, but I also absolutely acknowledge the benefits. And if that is something that we go into as a policy decision, as a bridge opportunity until cleaner, less waste, less radioactive waste options are available, I'm willing to entertain that. I know EBC did rule not to do nuclear, so just trying to figure out, where the option or where the opportunity is there. But with that, I'll yield. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I was conflicted on this item yesterday during our committee meeting. I'm really upset with PG&E and frustrated about the exit fee being so high. Clearly, we want to make these goals, and we were doing a really good job at that, actually exceeding them and getting to them a lot earlier than expected. But most of the comments I made yesterday in the committee are similar to those that Councilmember Lamnan just made. I don't think now with COVID and people struggling financially, now is not the time to be increasing rates for our residents. So I'm definitely opposed to that. I have concern about using the power from the nuclear plant. However, I understand that prior to East Bay Clean Energy, that was a source of energy that PG&E was using. So I forgot to ask this question yesterday, so I want to ask staff, do we know prior to East Bay Clean Energy how much we were actually getting from nuclear power?
$25%.
25, okay.
Yes.
25%, that's correct, Alex?
Yes.
Okay, and the proposal, if we were to proceed with using the power starting next year or the following year, the proposal is up to 60%, is that correct?
So currently 60% is hydro, so that would be replaced by nuclear energy.
Got it. Okay, so that's concerning. I could stomach if we could stay at the same level that we were with PG&E. I don't know if that's feasible, but I just really want to hear more community input if we're going to go that direction. So I would actually, at this point, without more community outreach, would prefer that the default be Bright Choice, which is the one that would be 1% less. It's going to delay achieving our goals, but at the same time, I don't think we can ask our community to pay more money to hit those targets. Although they're important, we can always revisit that, but I do want us, the city, to lead and select the higher level, which is the renewable 100. I think we could model that. If there's creative ways to encourage or incentivize people to opt up for that, I want us to spend time doing that. My concern is if we increase the rates, that we will have backlash and people will opt out of the program altogether, which would defeat the entire purpose of us leading in these efforts. So it's not an ideal situation I want to be in, but at this point, without that exit fee lowering, I don't see what our options are at this point other than to not put it on the burden of all of our community members.
Okay, Councilmember Salinas.
Thank you. I hear, the word nuclear and, I'm not a scientist, but, I think about safety and I'm just curious, is nuclear energy safe? That's the first question. Regarding the budget, where
I think that Diablo Canyon is safe now, and it's expected to be safe through its continued operation through 2025. But it is becoming an older facility. I think the reason they're closing it in 2025 is to avoid the need for major maintenance work that would be required beyond that point.
Have they had any serious problems at that plant up until now?
I'm not aware of any.
No. Okay. And these questions are not in order, but so leaving that topic onto another one. Let's say we go with Brilliant 100, just hypothetically. Are more charges expected to come in the future? I mean, will rates increase in the future?
For all three options, there is that possibility. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Drastically. I mean, would it be a drastic, noticeable difference to the ratepayer?
It's not anticipated. It's hard to anticipate.
Okay. I asked that question because my next question is, let's say hypothetically we went with Brilliant 100, and when would the change in the rate be? Like, when would it take into effect? Would it be immediately? Would it be next year, 2 years? When would it start?
Effect January 1st, 2021.
Okay.
And then the product would go away at the end of 2021.
It would go away at the end of 2021?
Right. So then we would still have to choose another product for beginning 2022.
Yeah. Okay.
Excuse me a minute.
Yeah.
There's some background noise. It's like a radio or somebody talking. If anyone's aware of what that is, could they? It's you?
Yeah, it's me. It's me. That's what I'm trying to.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah.
You can't mute yourself if you're talking.
Yeah.
Can you turn the volume down on your computer, maybe?
Yeah. Okay.
You weren't done though, were you? Go ahead.
Yeah. No. Well, I guess I agree with everyone, regarding, charging more, and as much as, and I'm, sometimes I think, I want to stay on track, 4%. I know right now not everyone can afford the 4% increase, and then of course we're going to have to, go back at the end of next year and change again. The bright choice, my thinking is, it's always good to deliver, savings, to ratepayers. That's what I was anticipating, when we first began this project. But I'm also cautious about choosing a service delivery that is, in all pragmatic matters, is really against with what we're trying to do here and what we're trying to accomplish here. We want to be cleaner, but yet Bright Choices, it's cheaper, but it's dirtier. Now, I'm not a scientist and I'm not a, energy scientist. So, what does dirtier mean? I don't know, but, if you are saying that the nuclear choice, to add the nuclear choice in there, keeps it moderately the same, and with an anticipation that in the next 3 or 4 years that we'll sort of wing off of that and move into something more sustainable. I'm okay with that. I just, similar to similar to the others, for me, I am concerned about increasing price right now. But this is a tough one, and I can see how probably the committee was sort of wrangling with this. But for sake of conversation, and I'll wait to hear what the others have to say. But I think the fourth option with I guess that's the nuclear addition as we move down the line. I think that's about as closest to what we have right now, and and it keeps us on track. That's my comments right now. I'll wait to see what everyone else says. Thank you.
All right. I think Councilmember Wahab, did you want to add anything? I think you're the only one that hasn't spoken.
Yes.
Okay,
yes. Thank you. So I just wanted a little bit clarity, just because I feel like I heard something that I may have misheard. If we were there, the fourth option, possibly the fifth, this is the part that I'm confused. We can still maintain Brilliant 100, correct?
Maybe, or it's possible. Go ahead.
So if EBCE were willing to accept the nuclear allocation and put it towards Brilliant 100, then yes, we would maintain Brilliant 100 at the same price it is now, at the same price as PG&E, and it would be a mix of renewable and nuclear.
Okay. Now, what is the most environmentally friendly option?
I'd say that would be renewable 100.
Yeah. And one of the concerns, I will say that a lot of residents have talked to me about this, stating that they did not feel like this was as cheap as they were utilizing PG&E and so forth. And, everyone's bills are very different, and how they see things are very different. So taking that with a grain of salt, I personally would prefer that we go with the most environmentally friendly option. Primarily, my concern is that we do have to make the investment now. And I know that sometimes, making these changes is difficult and sometimes costly, but I would prefer that we put the environment above all else. That was a very short comment, so there you go.
Okay, and actually, I second that. That is my preference too. Although I understand, we don't want to drive people out of the system. Now, people are allowed to opt down or up, whatever we choose. People can opt into a different program. And so one of the things to do would be to really do a lot of good, what do you call them, customer education for the rates. I believe that our community as a whole is very supportive of our environmental efforts. It's becoming increasingly important and clear that we have to do things differently, that we do have to protect the environment. And we have met our goals with, thus far with going with a default option that gives us better renewable energy, but maintain the same price as PG&E. So when you put those percentage increases in terms of dollars a month. Yeah, because my understanding was that actually, I think you were working on average customer bill being about $100 a month, right?
Right. Average residential customer pays about $100 a month. And so
when you say 4%, that's $4 a month. I think a lot of people in this community would be willing to pay $4 more a month for electricity that was clean and that helped the environment. I do, if we did the education right. So I think we should do some more community outreach about it and see if people would really rebel as much as we're all thinking. Now, I know, if we had been talking about this a year ago, we might all think a little differently and think that the public might be more willing to do that. But, I know right now a lot of people are in financial trouble, but, not everyone is, and we will come out of this sometime, I know. And I just, I too am nervous about the nuclear option, which is what it is, not in the real nuclear option. And I'm worried about us falling back on our goals, on not meeting our goals. So people, as long as people know they can opt down to Right Choice, which would still be East Bay Community Energy and be actually paying less, do we really think we would lose everybody back to PG&E? Is the question. But those are my thoughts. We're not asking us to make a decision tonight, but
Mayor, there's Alex DeGiorgio from East Bay Clean Energy is actually on the call with us, and he wanted to clarify a couple of points. He's the executive director.
Okay, did everyone hear that? So can we turn it over to what?
It's Alex.
Yeah.
Another Alex.
We have a representative from East Bay Community Energy online. So I would entertain.
So he was online. I'm not sure if he hung up. Miriam, is he still online?
I believe he was trying to connect, and he told my staff that he will send an email instead. He was trying to connect, but he couldn't. I don't know if we want to call him, but he said he will send an email to the council instead.
Okay.
That should be fine. We don't have a final decision tonight, so we'll get the clarification from him in time for our final decision.
So,
I would like to weigh in it when you're done, Mayor.
No, go ahead. I was going to try to sum up, like we're a little bit all over the board here.
I said this yesterday in sustainability. I don't think I'm capable of I don't think I'm capable of voting for. So whoever's speaking, please mute yourself. I don't think I'm capable of voting to, massively increase the amount of greenhouse gases that we're producing from our electricity. And so I am very much looking for an option that allows us to maintain a 100% greenhouse gas free default choice. I hear at least three of my colleagues agreeing with that, and everyone else sort of wishing for that, but not wanting to see the price go up, which is not unreasonable. I get it. So I'm gonna go ahead and fight for those options as best I can. The one thing to mention is that if we do default everyone down to Right Choice, that what that results in is increased use of natural gas, which is a particular import to Hayward because we have a very large natural gas power plant in Hayward, and it being one of the most efficient ones in the state, an increased demand for natural gas is likely to result in that plant running more often and spewing more pollutants into the air and our lungs. So this is personal for us. It's not just a financial exercise. There's a health component to it as well that we're all going to have to try to juggle when this comes back to us in the fall. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for your work on this, all of you, staff and Councilmember Mendel, and keep us informed and bring it back when you have some new options for us.
Thank you.
Or whatever options we have when we do have to make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. And now we will move on to item number 6 on our agenda, which is our residential rent stabilization and tenant protections. We are introducing an ordinance amending our prior residential rent stabilization and tenant protection ordinance and adding a new chapter and adopting a resolution to establish fees for relocation assistance and hearing a progress report on implementation of the residential rent stabilization and tenant protection ordinance provisions that we previously passed. And we will hear from Deputy City Manager Ms. Ott on this.
Great.
To start.
Good evening. Great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Christina Morales, our Housing Division Manager, will give the bulk of this presentation shortly, but I just wanted to frame this item. We, only adopted the new rent stabilization ordinance, I believe about a year ago. This is really what we're trying to achieve tonight, because a lot of effort has gone into educating the public, landlords and tenants about that new ordinance and all the different provisions. Is really with this, we're not trying to make any substantive comments or changes. Staff's really recommending changes that we have learned issues that need to be clarified in the implementation of that ordinance. The state adopted a new rent control law that we need to make our ordinance consistent with in some ways and clarify the consistency with state law. And then there's some very surgical kind of policy issues that the council has been discussing for a while. So, for instance, the loophole related to affordable housing conversions, and then also some of the impacts related to rehab on tenants and potential, temporary relocation assistance. So I just want to frame that really we're not trying to reopen the entire rent stabilization ordinance here, really just focusing on those three items: clarifications, state law consistency, and then these very specific policy issues. So Christina is going to walk you through that. I think we're really hesitant to make any substantive changes given we don't want to cause any confusion with the tenant community, the landlord community right now. The economics are very uncertain at this point within the rental market and the housing market. And so we're really wanting to make these kind of surgical and very specific changes. So I'll go ahead and turn over to Christina now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer. Will the presentation be pulled up or should I be sharing it?
Yeah, I will pull it up shortly. Hold on.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor Holliday and members of the council and members of the community. I'm Christina Morales, Housing Division Manager. And as Deputy Director Ott said, we'll be discussing some proposed changes to the residential rent stabilization ordinance, along with some new policies that were being presented in order to address some of the issues that have come up over the year. If you can advance the slide to the agenda. And we'll start off by kind of reviewing the background, giving you an overview of the rent stabilization, what was passed last year, and compare that with the new state's tenant protection ordinance. As Deputy City Manager Ott had mentioned, that we'll talk about the clarification language that we're proposing, how we intend to align the rent stabilization ordinance with state law to ensure that community members of the city of Hayward have the same protections that any other community member in the state of California has, and also details on the policies issues that have been related to tenant displacement and need for relocation assistance. We'll also give an overview of our implementation progress over these last, it was a 6-month period of analysis, but virtually a year now has gone by that we'll cover the information on. Next slide. And just to remind you, last year, July 25th, the new residential rent stabilization ordinance went into effect. In January 2020, the state, the Tenant Protection Act went into effect at that time. It was passed earlier in that year. We had a meeting with our Homeless and Housing Task Force to discuss the progress of the implementation of the rent stabilization and the recommended revisions, and got support from the task force members for the proposal you're about to hear. And here we are tonight to discuss the proposed revisions and new policy items that we are proposing that are really intended to align the city's rent stabilization ordinance with the state's Tenant Protection Act, and ensure that our residents, our community members, have the same protection under the state. Next slide. As I mentioned, just as a reminder, the main provisions of the rent stabilization ordinance are that there's a rent increase threshold for covered rental units. Rent increases are capped at 5% of the existing rent, with allowances to increase up to 10% for banked increase and capital improvement increase, and then fair return increase the amount needed in order for a landlord to receive a fair return. Units under the ordinance are exempt if they were built after 1979, if they are a single unit residence, meaning they're not associated with, they don't hold title with any other unit on the same parcel. Owner-occupied properties with ADUs, affordable housing, and different types of temporary housing accommodations. The rent stabilization ordinance also provides for mandatory mediation to resolve disputes regarding the rent increase, which includes a binding arbitration component. It also provides just cause for eviction protections to all residential rental units in the city of Hayward, protection against retaliation and discrimination if an individual receives income from any kind of rental subsidy such as Section 8. It also establishes noticing requirements to ensure that the tenants are aware of their rights under the residential rent stabilization ordinance, and also requires that they provide information to the city so that the city can evaluate what's going on in the rental housing market. The tenant protection, on the other hand, also has a rent increase cap. Their cap is a little higher, that it's 5% plus the change in the consumer price index, not to exceed 10%. It does not have any provisions for different types of rent increases, such as banking or capital improvements. It has similar exemptions to the rent stabilization ordinance, except it also exempts owner-occupied duplexes, and it's only going back to until 15 years prior units that would be exempt. So if they received a certificate of occupancy within the last 15 years, then those units would be exempt, versus the rent stabilization ordinance, which goes as far back as 1979. So the Tenant Protection Act provides additional protections to certain units that the city of Hayward does not cover under the residential rent stabilization ordinance. It also provides just cause for eviction and relocation assistance, and it provides relocation assistance for any no-fault eviction that is identified under their ordinance. And I've highlighted two things on this slide, particularly the rent cap and the relocation assistance, because it has bearing to some of the proposed changes that we're making in places where these caps may affect whether or not our rent ordinance would be in effect, or the state's. And the fact that since the relocation assistance is part of their just cause for eviction, and the city of Hayward's just cause for eviction provisions are the ones that are in effect in the city of Hayward, the relocation assistance under the state law does not apply to properties in the city of Hayward. Next slide, please. Next slide. So as Deputy City Manager Ott had mentioned, we have certain categories that are just language clarifications. One of them is the not covered under the residential rent stabilization ordinance, or any kind of temporary accommodation, such as hotels and motels where the stay is less than 30 days, long-term care facilities. These were intended to be exempt under the ordinance, and we had exempted them from being covered units and in different sections of the ordinance, but we realized there were places in the ordinance that they were not exempt from. So we changed the location of that exemption so that it would be very clear that those types of units were completely exempt from the ordinance. We also found it necessary to clarify when certain types of rent increase would start accruing. For example, the banked rent increases, it was intended that it start the same year with the fair return, which under the ordinance is 2018, but there was no explicit language to that, so we added explicit language indicating that banked rent increases would start in 2018. And for capital improvement, there was no explicit language about when a capital improvement would be effective under the ordinance and be eligible to be recovered. So we added explicit language that would indicate that any improvements that were completed after the effective date of the ordinance would be covered under the provisions of capital improvement. So allowing those landlords to provide a rent increase up to 10% to recover their capital improvement costs. Next slide, please. We also had clarifying language regarding the noticing requirements. We noticed that we had intended that the landlords notify the tenants at the time that they enter into a new tenancy of the existence of the residential rent stabilization ordinance. As written, there was some ambiguity, and it could have been interpreted that it was not only to be required at the time of a new tenancy, but any time they sign a new lease. So we clarified that it was only applicable to new tenancies. We also evaluating how much paper was required in order to include a paper petition with every rent increase. We determined that it was appropriate to modify that requirement as not to require specifically the paper petition. Another reason that we also made this decision is that we noticed that tenants were receiving outdated copies of the petition and not the most recent forms. So we modified the requirement to so that the landlord had to indicate that the tenant had a right to file a petition, that they had 30 days to file a petition, and where they can receive a copy of the petition. So they have to provide the website to the rent review office, the phone number, different means that they can contact our office. That way the staff can ensure that we give the most recent petition to the tenants, and also make sure that they get the petition in the appropriate language. We're also looking at clarifying who can file a petition. We had very specific reasons that a tenant could file a petition, and we noticed that some of the reasons, there were some areas of the petition process that were not included in those reasons. So we just clarified that any reason that violates the rent increase threshold, that the tenant would be able to petition under any of those reasons. So just have some broader language to capture the nature of the ordinance. We also updated the language regarding mediation to reflect current practices. Mediation is really intended to be a neutral individual who has no bearing on the decision that's being made, helping to form an agreement. So we updated that language for current practices. And we also identified a typo in the CPI figure that was cited in the ordinance. We had inadvertently used the annual CPI versus December 2018 CPI. Next slide, please. So when we were looking at the Tenant Protection Act, we noticed there were two things that would affect the rights of community members in the city of Hayward. One is that the rent cap that was established identified that it would exempt units that were covered under a local rent control if that local rent control was less than the amount of the rent cap established under the Tenant Protection Act. So in those cases where we allow a 10% rent increase for capital improvements or banking, there is a possibility that there would be a conflict there. Some factors to consider is that there's different definitions of what's included in a rent increase. It's not something that we could determine without you going through the hearing process. So we added that to the list of the reasons to file a petition, that they would be able to evaluate that if the rent increase exceeded that the rent cap in the Tenant Protection Act, and so that cap would also cap any rent increase related to capital improvements or banking that may exceed what's allowable by the state. We also wanted to ensure that community members in the city of Hayward had access to the relocation benefits that were included in the Tenant Protection Act. Any tenant that is displaced through a no-fault eviction under the state law is able to receive either 1 month's of rent for relocation assistance, or the landlord can waive that rent. The way the Tenant Protection Act is written, it indicates that since any city that has an existing just cause for just cause protection, if it was enacted prior to the enactment of the Tenant Protection Act, that would supersede the state law. Because of that, it's our interpretation that the community members in Hayward would not have those protections unless we added relocation benefits to the city's residential rent stabilization protections. So we are proposing adding those provisions. It was also an element that was considered in earlier conversations and delegated to the Homeless and Housing Task Force as an item to review about what the appropriate relocation assistance would be. In light of the amount of pushback that we received, or feedback we had received from tenant groups that were concerned about the implications of the relocation assistance, using the state's provisions and modeling those, including the exemptions that are allowed, allows us to use legislation that has been vetted through the state's process. Next slide, please. And we were also, as one of the policies issues that we were asked to have the Homeless and Housing Task Force evaluate, was the exemption for affordable housing conversion projects. So within this proposal is a deletion of the exemption for affordable housing conversion projects under the just cause provisions of the Residential Rent Stabilization Ordinance. We've also added to address concerns about rehabilitation activities that happens in occupied properties, temporary relocation assistance for individuals that are displaced due to repairs to their property, substantial repairs, government orders to that remove them from their property, or if the tenant needs to vacate due to health and safety concerns. So the temporary relocation will provide tenants with a per diem payment if they have to leave their unit because of these repairs, either government order or there's health and safety issues in the property. So the amount of the relocation assistance on per diem would range from $161 per day to $250, depending on the circumstances. So basic relocation for just replacing the units at $161. If there's other factors such as the replacement housing doesn't have a kitchen, there'd be a meal per diem, or if the individual has a pet and the relocation does not provide the replacement unit doesn't allow them to bring pets. Tenants, if the stay in the temporary relocation is extended, then the situation could change where instead of getting a per diem cost, they would get the difference between their current rent and what the fair market rents under HUD are. In that case, the tenant would not have to pay rent during that time. If they are receiving a per diem fee, they would have to pay rent during the time they're receiving a per diem. Alternately, a landlord could provide the tenant with a comparable unit, but it would have to be comparable to what they have. If it is not comparable but agreeable to the tenant, then the tenant could choose to stay in those accommodations. Next slide, please. Moving on to implementation and progress updates. So during this last year, the staff has created lots of resources and materials for community to help understand the legislation. Our 44-page legislation is very technical and can be difficult to understand. So we created a lot of plain language summaries, compliance guide for landlords, templates and forms, infographics, and also systems to kind of collect the notices. So we've been busy kind of interpreting and getting information out to people. We've been providing technical one-on-one assistance by responding to phone calls. We've done outreach and education to the community, and we've translated our materials into Spanish and Chinese. And we've also been providing the mediation and arbitration hearings. Next slide.
Ms. Morales, before you go on, can I ask council members to turn on their mutes, because it's very distracting.
I'm afraid that actually may have been my door. I apologize.
Ms. Morales, can you apologize to your family for what I just said?
So we have received, in the first 6 months of the new ordinance, we had received more petitions than in the approximately 3 times as many petitions in the 3 preceding 6-month periods. So we received quite a few more petitions from individuals who had rent increases. We've had less petitions since January. We only had 5, and suspect it has a lot to do with what's going on in the housing market and with COVID-19. But of the petitions we had received, the majority of them have been successfully mediated. We have about 9 petitions that have been delayed as we're trying to determine an appropriate way to hold mediation and arbitration in a remote environment. There's concerns with not all parties having access to work remotely via computers, and we're trying to set up a system with our mediators to be able to continue with the mediation process. So we continue to work on solutions for being able to work in this remote environment. Next slide. And so we've been collecting rent increase and termination notices, which have been able to provide us with some data and insight. You'll notice that we have, considering that there's about 22,000 rental units, we probably don't have full compliance with the noticing requirements for rent increases. But we have noticed that the majority of the rent increases are within that 5% threshold. But we are still seeing, even with covered units, that some of the rent increases do exceed the 5%, whether that included a banked rent increase or capital improvement. We don't have that information available here. But we also noticed that rental units that are not subject to the rent stabilization increase thresholds, we're still seeing some that are in the 8 to 10% range. We've also noted that the majority of the reasons for termination of tenancy are based on failure to pay rent or failure to pay utilities. So even preceding the moratorium on the evictions, we saw quite a few. The majority of the reasons for termination were based on failure to pay rent or failure to pay utilities. Next slide. So the first half of the year, we spent time working on our database in terms of building the rent stabilization fee, and we were able to clean a substantial amount of data and adding an additional 676 units to the list of units that we had. We're currently in the process of finalizing the data so that we can upload it to our website, and have community members will be able to check which provisions of the rent stabilization ordinance applies to their units. So we're anticipating that we'll have that up and running in about a month. Next slide. So the next steps will be that there's a second reading at the next council meeting. If these amendments are approved, we will move forward with implementing these revisions. We will conduct additional outreach. Included in that, we're also doing outreach on the temporary moratorium evictions. We have a couple of workshops coming up tomorrow night and next Wednesday to discuss what the temporary eviction moratorium is. We will have online workshops regarding these new revisions and the new rights and responsibilities that tenants and landlords will have under them, and workshops that will focus on items that we've noticed based on questions from the community that are confusing to people, such as utility increases and the petition process, and just continue to educate the community on the rent stabilization ordinance. We hope to have the rental database launched this month. I think it might take a few weeks later based on recent feedback. And then we would be billing the rent stabilization fee in September this year. That concludes my presentation, and I am available for questions.
Thank you. That was a really great presentation, a lot of material covered in a well-organized way. You've obviously been working so hard that you did not have time to oil your squeaky door, and we appreciate it. So, are there, I'm not seeing hands raised. There must be questions
Mayor.
About this.
Yeah, I do have some questions.
Wahab.
Sorry, thank you. Ms. Morales, obviously, I'm happy with your presentation. It's, covered a lot of items, may disagree on some points, so bear with me on clarity. So I just want to go over the PowerPoint in particular, just to cover some of your points and then try to cover more points, if you will. So the first question I want to ask is that one of the reasons why this was brought to council was because the referral that I made to adjust and remove the loophole for just cause, as well as the tenant relocation assistance for leisure terrace tenants. That's what stemmed majority of this. I would like an update, if you have one, on the leisure terrace residents.
So we have been working within our authority under the rent stabilization ordinance to provide information. The tenants at Leisure Terrace are exempt from provisions of the rent stabilization ordinance. We have been communicating with the property owners about notices that they've received about rent increase to make sure that the property owners and management are communicating and willing to work with the tenants to come to agreeable terms. But there are no enforceable legislation that we would be able to impose anything on the Leisure Terrace property based on the situations that the tenants have brought to our attention.
Now, okay, so we can't enforce certain things because of this loophole, and that's one of the big reasons why we wanted to adjust that. The next question is in regards to the $30,000 or up to $30,000 that this council approved for tenant relocation assistance. For Leisure Terrace tenants. Where is that? And that was city funds. So I just want to make sure that they were taken care of almost a year later.
So every tenant that applied for assistance, their application was reviewed. I don't have data on how many. I believe only 2 applications weren't approved as income eligible, but all of the other tenants received the tenant relocation assistance from the Leisure Terrace that was required, and based on proof that that was paid, the city paid their portion of the relocation assistance, but we did not fully expend the $25,000.
Okay. Do you know how much the average was to give to these tenants?
We committed $1,000 per tenant.
Okay. Director Ott?
Oh, I was just going to add, just the reason, the money that was available to help was from our trusts, our inclusionary trust funds funds, so it was restricted for just those households that were income eligible. So I just wanted to clarify that's why we couldn't, give the money to anyone who applied. We had to make sure they were income eligible because the source of funds we were using were restricted.
Okay, and how much did Leisure Terrace give up?
I don't have a total accounting of the amount that they've paid in assistance, but I know that they've made some concessions on rent, and that for every dollar that we provided in assistance, they've matched that.
Okay. And I personally think that this is important because this was a big topic of concern, especially last year. We did have meetings about it and many, many public comments and speakers about this. Primarily also, I was not satisfied with their letter of stating that, what was it, the gift card of $80 that they wanted to give?
I believe so, yes.
Yes. And did they increase that amount or?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay. Would you be able to provide an update to myself and as well as the Housing Task Force in a later email or something?
Yeah, I can request the information and let you know if they are able to provide it. But since they're not required to provide that information to us, I can ask and see if I can get that information.
Perfect. Thank you. Now, moving on to this presentation, one of the questions I had was that the Tenant Protection Act that is called AB 1482, that is a rent ceiling. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it is not rent control. It is a rent cap, pretty much, correct?
Correct.
And our rent stabilization ordinance can be stronger than this Tenant Protection Act, correct?
It could be, yes.
Okay, so when we are talking about pass-throughs and so forth, I'll kind of go over this, in a as clear way as I can. The language clarification regarding clarifying noticing of requirements for landlords for new tenants. I know I stated this as an example, my personal example. My rent was renewed after the rent stabilization ordinance went into place, and I did not receive anything relating to the new rent stabilization ordinance personally. And this was months later from when ours went into place. So I do believe that it's important to have this information provided to new tenants as well as lease renewals. Personally. Because do you know how many people have not received new information?
I do not know how many did not receive new information, but when the ordinance was enacted, they were required, they had 30 days to notify the tenants of the existence of the ordinance. So they had to provide that initial notice if for any existing leases, and then for any new leases, they would then have to provide information about the ordinance. And then if there's a rent increase, they would have to also just notify tenants that they have rights under the residential rent stabilization ordinance. So there's multiple places where a tenant the landlord would have to notify the tenant about their rights under the ordinance beyond the renewal of the lease.
Okay. And what is the city's effort to make this happen? Because I can personally say it has not happened to me.
So we did a mailer to all of the landlords that are in the database. So every single landlord was notified about the change of the ordinance. We are also doing our workshops with landlords and doing outreach through the different landlord organizations to make sure that people are aware of the changes.
Okay. And are we clarifying when banked rent accruals and capital improvement pass-throughs start? As we're trying to keep track of everything, I know this is going to be a little bit more burdensome, if you will.
Correct. So one of the proposed changes is to provide explicit language that state that banked rent increase accruals can start in 2018, which is the same year that we are starting the fair return increase comparison.
Okay. And new tenants, let's say even in 2022, will know that something was in place in 2018 and still applies or so forth, correct?
So there'd be no banked rent increase for a new tenant. So if the landlord has the ability to raise the rent to market rents at the time of a new tenancy, so no banked increase would apply to that tenant. It would only apply in years where that tenant didn't receive a rent increase.
And what about the capital improvement pass-throughs?
So the capital improvement pass-through as well. So you've started a new tenancy, they can raise the rents up to cover that amount. So if they continue to pass through on that tenant, then that would then sunset, versus if they just did an increase to market rents, then the capital improvements the landlord has to evaluate if they want the ongoing rent by increasing the rent to market rent versus trying to continue to do a capital improvement pass-through. But it would have to be disclosed to anybody leasing a unit what their actual rent would be. If they disclosed it as a capital improvement, then they would also have to notify the tenant at what time it would terminate, because there's an expiration to the capital improvement increases. There's a time frame associated with them.
Okay. And then for the clarification regarding the motels, hotels with stays less than 30 days, and hospitals and long-term, and I know that this has been kind of, we've talked about 15 days, versus 30 days and so forth. Why would we place the exemption in this definition?
We're placing it in the definition because there are no, we had exempted them from all of the other provisions. So retaliation provision, they were exempt from rent increase limitations. They were exempt from the, just cause for protections. So none of the provisions applied to these types of units. So, and the only thing that really was they weren't exempted from explicitly were the fee, but they received no service from the ordinance. So it made no sense for the fee to apply to these types of units when they didn't receive, the tenant or the landlord didn't receive any service under the ordinance.
Okay. And what do you consider a short-term rental?
So that, as it was explained, the 30-day time period. So we're looking at things that are really intended for temporary stays, such as if we're looking at maybe a residential rehab facility or something that is providing service in addition to just their residency, or somebody who's staying in a motel or hotel for less than 30 days.
Okay. And then, again, for language clarification, the part where it says clarify the tenants can petition the rent review office for any violation of residential rent increases. One, have you guys seen any petitions? Number two, how have you guys dealt with that, and how has it gone? What has been the feedback?
Are you asking if we've seen any petitions that are not currently covered under the list of petitions? Or just have we received any petitions in general?
Both.
So we received 27 petitions, and we have, I don't know that we've necessarily we've received some feedback on the petition forms. We've asked through the process of our information sessions for the tenants and landlords to kind of give us information about the tenant petition itself to try to make the petition more user-friendly. So we've taken feedback on the petition form, but I have not heard any feedback on the petition process.
Okay. And I think that, just for informational items, I think that it would be best to have that just maybe once a year or twice a year or something like that as an update. And then as far as the mediation and identify rent reduction as a possible resolution, what specifically is the goal of that?
So the mediation, we realize that it's really an agreement that the tenant and landlord will come to on their own. It's nothing that is imposed upon them, but there may be situations such as a reduction in services. Let's say, for example, an apartment building had a pool and the property owner decided that it no longer could afford to cover the costs of maintaining the pool. They close off the pool. That's considered a reduction in housing services. So the tenant would would be eligible for a reduction in housing cost based on that loss of service. So the tenant and landlord could, on their own, come to an agreement that the rent should be reduced because of that loss of services. If they can't agree, then the petition can continue on to arbitration. And in that process, it would be determined based on evidence provided to the arbitrator what the appropriate rent would be, and it might be an increase or decrease in that situation.
Okay, so in the middle of COVID, there are a lot of apartment complexes that are not allowing not only pools to be utilized, but also gyms and other, common area facilities, if you will. Have we received any word or discussion about that since it's been shut down since March?
I've not heard from my staff that had been the concerns of the individuals that have been calling, but it would be, we'll definitely look into it to see if there's a decrease in service related to that. Although I have a feeling that a lot of that may have been mandated by some of the restrictions from the county. So I'd also have to look into those factors to see if this was done in compliance with some of the county orders. And look at the situation at hand in relations to COVID-19.
Okay, and I think that information provided to not only renters, but then also the landlords would be of interest to all parties, just because it has been no utilization of those services as well as, forced on them, if you will. Mm-hmm. And then for the CPI, and we have debated over CPI significantly. Why was it not brought into this conversation for the larger council during, this time that we're addressing COVID and so much more?
So when we were looking at the proposed revisions, we were looking at things to improve the implementation of the ordinance that was approved by council in July of last year. So we weren't instructed really to look at a comprehensive revision to the ordinance or evaluate any new policy changes except for the ones that were related to Leisure Terrace and the displacement of tenants. So we were really looking at what was how has the implementation of this ordinance been going and what items that were approved by council needed to be clarified.
Okay. And during COVID, have you seen let's say more calls or requests to kind of readdress this from people that have been calling into your office?
I do not believe, I'm sure we've definitely seen requests that people have asked for rent freeze or no rent increase. I know there's been some comments on this item as well that people would like to see a lower rent increase threshold. So we have seen comments from the public, but we don't have any direction to evaluate a lower threshold.
Okay. And then as far as the tenant relocation assistance, why did we settle on the amount of time?
So when we had visited it this last time, we had a substantial pushback from individuals who were concerned about the implications of relocation, their ability if they needed to sell their property or if they had to move into the property themselves, their costs associated with it. As when we looked at revisiting it and knowing that the state had already talked to stakeholders about tenant relocation assistance, determining an amount and who it would apply to, instead of doing a comprehensive evaluation of relocation and what would be agreeable to both the tenant and landlord community in Hayward, we looked at applying what was already available or already being extended to all residents in the state of California. So it's easy enough to apply what's already existing, and residents in other communities have access to these benefits.
Now, with the state law being temporary, only lasting for 10 years, does that have any effect on why or how we are kind of relating this to the state laws?
No, so the relocation benefit is added to our municipal code and it has no sunset language. So since it's actually added to the code itself and we didn't make a statement saying we will provide relocation as per the state, we've actually incorporated it, mirroring the state's law into Hayward's municipal code.
Okay. And can we get a final number for that? For how long is it? I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it on the staff report.
I'm unclear. A final number? It's not going to sunset.
No. For the temporary relocation assistance covers a tenant for how long?
It provides 1 month's worth of relocation benefit.
Okay, and you stated that.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking permanent relocation. So the temporary relocation will cover a tenant for as long as the tenant has been displaced. The types of assistance the amount of the assistance may change depending on the length of time that the tenant is displaced and changing circumstances. There are instances where a tenant may choose to permanently relocate, and they would then be eligible for the permanent relocation benefits. So if the tenant is being displaced for 60 days, they will be allowed the per diem costs that I referenced that will range between $161 and $250 per day. Mm-hmm. If it goes beyond 60 days, then the landlord could pay a rent differential. So if they're receiving a per diem, the tenant still has to pay their rent. If it goes beyond 60 days, then the landlord would have to pay the rent differential. The tenant does not have to pay rent, and the landlord has to pay the difference between the tenant's rent and what the fair market rents are as established by HUD. And an alternate method to comply would be to provide a comparable unit. And so as long as the tenant's displaced, they would have those benefits.
Okay. And what is the permanent relocation assistance amount?
It's 1 month's rent.
Okay. Now, I know that our housing subcommittee was very supportive of the relocation assistance. So when you stated that there was pushback, I'm assuming that was from the landlords and property owners?
This is when we were initially discussing the residential rent stabilization ordinance when we did our community outreach in April 2019. Okay. We had an open house where we talked to community members, both tenants and landlords, about the different proposals and received their feedback. And there was a lot of negative response to the relocation assistance. I believe we proposed at that time 3 times the fair market rents. Okay.
And the hotel per diems and the meals, and I'll be honest with you, the laundry amount of $1. At my unit, it's at least $1.50, and they're incredibly tiny machines. So how did these numbers get developed?
So for the hotels and motels, we surveyed the available hotels and motels for their costs. We also looked at different legislation, such as the legislation in Richmond, to see what they're charging per day. So laundry would really be applied if you're paying coin-operated laundry, then you're paying for that out of pocket anyway. It's not reimbursing you. But if you have a laundry facility in your unit or in your home, then that's something that you have available to you that you don't pay for, that it's included in your rent. So it provides you additional assistance to be able to pay for that. And so that's $1 per day. So I guess that's $7 per week.
Okay. And then as far as the motels and hotels, is it designed where if you rent a 2-bedroom, you get 2 bedrooms in this hotel?
It is designed to be a per diem fee, and so the individual would look for their accommodations that they could afford with this per diem amount and any other funds that they were able to use to supplement it if that was necessary.
Okay. And then let's see. I will say those are my questions for now. I'll let my colleagues chime in. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing that anyone else has any questions. So if anyone does, please speak up. All right, we have I'm going to then go to the public hearing on this item, and we do have several speakers in line. So I think given the now late hour, we will have a time of 2 minutes per comment. So Madam City Clerk, would you put the first caller on?
Yes, Madam Mayor. One moment, please.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Go ahead. You're on the air.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. You're on the air.
I'm on the air, but somebody else is speaking at the same time?
No, that's because you need to turn your, whatever you're listening to the meeting on, please turn that down. There's a time differential.
I'm not. Hello? Is this the live meeting?
Mute, yes. Yes, please mute your either TV or computer, whatever you're watching on.
Oh, okay.
And go ahead.
Okay, so I'm calling about Reliant Property Management at Leisure Terrace Apartments. And what has happened is, at the beginning of my lease, the highest rent that Reliant should be able to charge per LIHTC required price is $1,395. And the outset from the beginning, I was charged, others than myself were charged $1,705 or $1,792 at the commence of their lease. And they could not dispute it or refuse to sign it. Otherwise, they were told that they were being difficult and refusing the apartment if they didn't sign, if they asked for the price of $1,395. And that is the highest of two prices that they're allowed to charge, at 50% AMI and 60% AMI. A year later, now they're asking for a rent increase of $1,988 just a year later. That is an increase of over 40%. We are here of all kinds of exemptions and rules being made for Reliant Property Management. And what are exemptions and rules that are being made for tenants who are experiencing this to be made homeless at an affordable property, which is tax credit, using a voucher to make them homeless? What about that is just, and what about that does the law allowed in all the regulations that exist or don't exist?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Sorry.
There are tenants who ask for the compensation.
I'm sorry, your time is up, but I'm going to ask that the city clerk try to get back on the phone with you so that she can make sure that she has your name and number and whatever information you want to give her about where you live, so that we can have a member of our staff, Ms. Morales, or her staff, get back to you to discuss this tomorrow. Because I think that you're just asking.
That's what was said to me in October 2019, October 22nd, 2019. And to date, no one from the city has called us. They left us to the mercy of Reliant, who has continued to act like none of these laws exist, that you made none of these stipulations.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to the next caller, but
now you're cutting me off again. Now you're cutting me off again. I want to hear these facts. They are falsifying HUD paperwork, half leases, and their own leases, falsifying tenants' signatures and initials for things that tenants didn't sign.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. We're going to move on to the next caller, but I would like the clerk to attempt to get your call back information. Thank you.
To go back to Reliance. You're cutting me off. You're refusing me my right to speak.
No, ma'am, I'm sorry. You did speak, and I gave you actually more time. But we do want to respond to you. And
not allowing me to give my full comment on statement even before my time was up. And this is what you call justice.
Okay. I hope that we can. Ms. Morales, are you aware of the situation? I believe that she has been in before to talk. Can you respond briefly to whether you can discuss this further, if you understood what she was saying?
Yeah, I know that there are, so the rents are charged based on two different unit types, or actually there's two different income levels and two different unit types. So the rents that are being referenced have to do with the TCAC rents for last year. I know that there were some accommodations made last year for tenants that were not eligible for the 50% AMI units, but there were none left. So they lowered the rents for some of those units. And then those units got a very large rent increase this year up to the maximum rents. We have discussed with Reliant Properties about making accommodations because it caused a large rent increase. I don't know the particular details of this situation, but I would be happy to talk to the caller to see if I can help her get some clarity on the issues and see if there can be some accommodations made so that there's not such substantial rent increase made if this is a situation that she's in. It was unclear if she was speaking in general terms or if it's something that she's experienced.
Okay, so Madam City Clerk, were you able to get the caller's number so that Ms. Morales could, or her staff could get back to her tomorrow?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have her number, and I'll be happy to provide that to staff.
All right, great, thank you. It's a little more difficult when we're not actually in the council chambers, but I think we can make it work. I hope we can. I'll ask you to put the next caller on.
Hello, this is Angela Andrews, and as a planning commissioner, I can see the rate of affordable housing development is not meeting the demand. We are putting more populations at risk of displacement if we allow for increases of higher than 5%. I support the cap at 5%. Please continue to work with landlords, particularly the smaller landlords, as they have mortgage payments, taxes, repairs, and improvements they need to make in order to maintain housing we need to keep in place. This pandemic has showed us we are all vulnerable, and we need to work together to make sure we have a home to actually shelter in place in. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Hello? Yeah, go ahead. You're on there.
Hi, my name is Lorena Luna. I'm a Hayward resident, and I'm calling to ask you, please change the 5% threshold of the rent increase to the current CPI. 5% is a lot, especially during this pandemic. As you may know, our salaries don't increase 5% every year. Maybe yours do. I don't know. But giving money to tenants is not going to solve the problem. While it helps and alleviates a few tenants, relatively few for the size of Hayward, giving a rental assistance, it helps some tenants. This pandemic is not going to get better anytime soon, nor the income of Hayward tenants, or just the vast majority of Americans, really. It will not be back to normal in the next month. So please review and amend the 5% threshold to the current CPI. The solution would be to cancel rent. You may think that this measure is radical and impossible, but you do have the power to at least freeze the rent or cancel the rent now. Also, another point for the ordinance, we ask you to change the permanent relocation assistance should be covered for 3 months instead of 1. So thank you for your time, and please change the CPI. We would say to cancel rent, but please at least change the CPI. It's really possible. It's in your hands, and it's not a law. The current CPI should be at about 3.5% or so. So please review and change the CPI. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Go ahead. You're on the air.
Hi, this is Alicia Lawrence. I'm a member of the Hayward Collective. If this pandemic has demonstrated anything, it's that the rent in Hayward is too high. And you as a council have the means to mitigate that through effective policy measures. As demonstrated in our letter, incomes do not increase at a rate of 5% annually, and the rent burden becomes more onerous year after year for low-income families. You received a petition with 58 signatures of THC members, Hayward tenants, and community members who support reducing the 5% threshold to HUD's annual adjustment factors rate. There were also just over a dozen statements and testimonies. Please listen to what the vulnerable populations in your community say they need, especially in this moment where people are precariously on the verge of massive displacement. Council members Marquez, Salinas, and Wahab, when this was discussed last year, you three were supportive of the lower threshold, and I hope that has not changed. In regards to the items presented by staff, the RRSO should be given to tenants upon new tenancies and lease renewals. A moratorium should be placed on the banking of rent accruals and capital improvement pass-throughs during the state of emergency. The permanent relocation assistance should be for a minimum of 3 months of rent, should cover an additional allocation for lower income, elderly, disabled tenants, and/or minor children. And regarding the temporary relocation, natural disasters should be included. A right to return at the same rent prior to relocation needs to be added, and a commitment to review the per diem annually needs to be stated. Additionally, we want to know what happens when a family exceeds the number of people allowed in a single hotel or motel room. How will they be accommodated and compensated should they require multiple rooms? We would also like to see data on the lengths of the tenancies when notices for failure to pay rent or pay utilities are filed. Finally, many thanks to Housing Manager Cristina Morales for consistently making herself available to answer questions and clarify concerns. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Go ahead. You're on the air.
Yes. Again, I'm calling about Reliant Property Management and Leisure Terrace Apartments. They have raised the rent on some tenants more than 5% to over 40%, over and above the Housing Authority's highest payment standard.
Ma'am, were we just talking with you?
I'm calling on behalf of more than two people.
No, you need to have them talk.
I am the spokesperson for those people who it's happening to. So you have more than one unit and more than one person who's experiencing this. And we would think we should be afforded the opportunity to make you aware of this so that you can make the appropriate decisions.
We have asked that staff contact you tomorrow, and you will be hearing from our staff tomorrow to discuss this issue and clarify any questions that you have. Okay, thank you. We'll take the next caller now, please. Madam City Clerk, do we have another caller?
Why am I not being allowed to speak like the others?
Your time has expired. Madam City Clerk? I think we did have other callers. Well, are we able to put another caller on the line?
Apparently there are no other callers. So why am I should be allowed to speak.
There are.
Please go ahead. You're on the air.
I waited for other callers to come in.
Was that another caller?
I think there's 2 callers on the line.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Hello, my name is Lacey Amadei. I am a renter here in Hayward, and I am currently a candidate for Hayward City Council. I'm calling to voice my strong support for the sentiments expressed by the Hayward Collective in the comment letter they shared with you all today. Well, I'm encouraged to see staff proactively addressing the discrepancies between AB 1482 and our ordinance to ensure no tenant in Hayward has less rights than that provided by the Tenant Protection Act. But what I wanted to highlight is that I am incredulous at what is not being discussed and how late this all comes. 5% rent increases in the pandemic is too high. We should be talking about a temporary rent freeze for the duration of this crisis and then a reasonable rent increase thereafter that's tied to CPI. From the very beginning of this ordinance, the 5% rent increase was too high when we had more than 50% of residents paying for housing costs that were unaffordable and unsustainable to them, and I don't know how those numbers have changed. That's almost 6 out of 10 residents on the brink. Now to take into consideration the depth of the crisis we are in, people are losing employment, rental assistance is drying up, people are relying on food banks. You just froze the minimum wage to the lowest level legally allowed by the state, and there's no sign of support coming from the federal government. Your constituents are being left behind. But the part that is so hard to watch in all of this is that you aren't even putting up a fight for them. We needed to be talking about a strategy for how to cancel rents and mortgages. And if you really found it so hard to do so, then a strategy to pressure the state to do so. And if you couldn't go there, again, a rent freeze. And 4 months ago, here we are in July talking about 5% rent increases and possibly 1 month for relocation. The nation and our community is in crisis, and your leadership reflected in this proposal and your silence and inaction on other strategies to address housing stability failed to meet the urgency or the gravity of this moment. Thank you.
Our next caller, please.
Please go ahead. You're on the air.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Alicia Crater. I am a candidate for Hayward City Council, a tenant advocate, an eviction defense paralegal, and a current renter myself. I'm calling in to echo the demands that the Hayward Collective sent in and asking that you all please go beyond the weak protections offered by AB 1482, specifically in terms of relocation assistance. 1 month of rent is not sufficient relocation. Moving is expensive, and no one prepares for a no-fault eviction and being suddenly uprooted for no reason of your own. So please, I'm asking that you consider raising it to at least 3 months' rent. I also want to say that it was personally disappointing and honestly a bit offensive to me that the only reason I saw listed in the staff report to not expand tenant protections beyond what AB 1482 offers is that it would require educating landlords and tenants. To me, that is not even close to a valid excuse to deny tenants an expansion of protections in the middle of a pandemic. I also really want to echo the demand to consider lowering the rent increase limit from 5% to a limit tied to CPI between 2 and 3%. This was not one of the recommendations brought up tonight, and I don't understand why. As some of you know, I work providing legal services to tenants in Alameda County, many of which come from Hayward. Before COVID-19, calls from clients would come in for a variety of reasons. But ever since COVID-19, I already know what all of my clients are calling to say. They call me saying, I can't pay my rent. I lost my job. My hours have been cut. What am I supposed to do? This is not an exaggeration. I kid you not. Nearly every single person I speak to is calling in solely for this reason. You can ask any tenant legal service provider, and I'm sure they can attest to the same thing. If there was ever a time to meet the demand to lower the rent increase limit, it was years ago when the community organized and demanded it. The next best time is right now, when people are truly suffering and cannot afford the rent as it is, let alone another future 5% increase. In reality, what is needed is for rent to be canceled throughout the duration of this pandemic and a rent-free stopping all rent increases. The ask to lower the increase limit is quite generous, if you ask me. So please, as someone who's affected by the housing crisis and spends every day working with people who are affected, I'm asking that you lower the rent increase limit to be tied to the CPI.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller. Hello? Did we have another caller? Yeah. I think we might be having some difficulty, so hold on for a minute.
I apologize. There's having some technical difficulties with the app, so we're trying to figure that out. So give us a minute or two.
Please go ahead. You're on the air.
Hi, my name is Alondra. I'm calling to voice my concerns on the rent increase limit of 5%. As we all know, we're currently in a global pandemic, and you should all know by now that people aren't working their full hours, and some have even been fired and lost their jobs. Also, many people have died, and families have to pay off their funeral expenses as well as hospital bills. Not everyone has health insurance, so that's also a huge cut to people's wallets. So please consider lowering that percentage of 5% to 2 to 3%, and even consider canceling and freezing rent in general. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Next caller.
Go ahead. You're on the air.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Nunes. I am calling in regards to the current agenda item. I want to point out I'm a little confused why y'all are trying to pass this 5% increase when just weeks ago you put a hold on raising minimum wage. I don't see how people are expected to pay an increase in rent without even getting the opportunity to get an increase in their pay wage. It seems super irresponsible. It's going to end up with our homeless population increasing. Also, people aren't going to want to live in the city anymore, which sucks because you guys are going to lose all those people. And, Hayward's such a strong community, and I think the whole goal is to get people to come to Hayward, and it just seems like you guys are pushing people away. I know that Marquez, Wahab, and Salinas, you three were in support of lowering that threshold, so I'd love to see that, same energy you had last year, this year, and fighting for this and fighting for the people and trying to get that number down. Because it's just not a reality right now. And you guys were so worried about 4 or 5% increase on an energy bill and how $100 could be so deteriorating for people and that it could harm so many people and cause them not to pay their bills. But you're 100% comfortable with raising their rent 5%, which would be more than $100 for a lot of people. And I'm not really sure where the two are correlating, where you think one is okay and one's not. So I think y'all need to turn around, take some time to look at this, take some time to do your research, and actually bring something back to the table that's going to be realistic for your community and going to be helpful.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Do we have another caller?
Please go ahead. You're on the air.
Hi, my name is Eric Vance. I've lived in unincorporated Hayward for about 15 years. As always, when I join city council meetings, I'm asking you to support the demands of the Hayward Collective to match the CPI instead of the higher 5% increase. As many have said, working class wages don't normally increase 5% annually, let alone during a global pandemic and socioeconomic collapse. I also support a rent cancellation and freeze. Jobs are not coming back and wages are not increasing while we're supposed to shelter in place. To the point earlier about how policy direction was affected by a pre-COVID-19 community forum attended by landlords and tenants and how it was ultimately biased towards landlords, that's because landlords don't work for a living and are able to turn out to such events and unjustly influence them. And I was there at that event, and the city staff did not uniformly note these disparities, that more landlords were there to give comments. So of course, the quote, community feedback, end quote, that the city received was biased towards landlords. Landlord is a term derived from the feudal era, and you're siding with them in 2020 and making the working class feel like peasants, having to spell out during our own Black Plague why a 5% rent increase and other current measures are insufficient and unjust. Not only are the demands of the Hayward Collective fair and pragmatic, but for you as elected officials, they are also pragmatic. If the city council members up for re-election have any desire to keep their seats while 3 progressive candidates are running to replace them, they should listen to the public outcry. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have another caller?
Please go ahead. You're on the air.
Hi, my name is Emma Dinkelspiel. I'm an attorney from Bay Area Legal Aid. I'm calling mostly to second what my colleague Alicia Crater said earlier. She's completely right. All I have gotten, I am our triage line. I'm one of 3 people on the triage line. All the calls I have gotten, if they aren't about being evicted for non-payment of rent, or they're not about a rent increase, they certainly, as a side note, mentioned they haven't been able to pay their rent for 3 months half the time. And it's an incredible, it is a huge increase over what was already a pretty devastating tsunami before. And I also want to say that I have gotten a new category of calls, which I had not previously experienced. You know, we're really used to getting calls about, like, we're getting a 200% rent increase, we're getting a 40% rent increase, even we're getting a 10% rent increase. I've now started getting calls that say I'm getting a rent increase that's under $50 and I can't afford it. Or I'm getting a rent increase that's $10 and I can't afford it. And I've never gotten calls like that before. The level of desperation that people are facing right now is profound, and it is, even really small rental increases are a catastrophe for people right now. And anything that the Hayward City Council can do to forestall the eviction tsunami that we all sort of expect as soon as the county moratorium is lifted, and to make it possible for people to get buy-in for landlords to get anything as opposed to nothing, which is the reality of if they ask for more than people can afford. If the city council can take action, and it sounds like they might have the opportunity to, then that would save a lot of families, save a lot of households, and save a lot of lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller.
Please go ahead. You're on the air.
Hello, everybody. This is Alexis Villalobos. I grew up in Hayward. I am now a voter-nominated candidate for State Assembly in District 20, which covers Hayward. I am calling in support of the Hayward Collective's petition and the letter that they sent. I want to highlight on air that it has over 50 signatures, and I hope that you read it and that anybody on air who hasn't seen it goes to the record and reads it to see what they wrote. It's pretty well written out. Earlier today, I had the privilege of watching Carol Fife and Elizabeth Warren live talking about housing in America, talking about housing as a commodity and about our moral obligations to really help the working class in this crisis. And there's such a stark contrast when I'm calling into this meeting and watching this live proceedings about the way that we're talking about the working class and about renters. It seems that during this crisis, you've been going after the working class at a time when they need you the most, most notably when you delayed the minimum wage increase. And now it seems like you're not really taking care of renters and you're willing to let them get thrown under the bus. I want to say specifically that a 5% increase to the rent is too damn high. We cannot afford that. Unless you're going to be ready to help us get a raise to afford that, which it seems like you're not, that is just way too high. I think that's all I have to say for now. Pay attention to what's going around the country. Compare yourselves to other cities. You guys are looking real bad right now. You're making us look really, really bad. Bye.
Thank you. Next caller.
Go ahead. You're on the air.
Okay. My name is Vanessa Sadset, and I'm calling on the agenda item to echo the sentiments from the community prior, including the Hayward Collective. I've reached out to all of you, asking you all, not specific three, to show concern and care for lowering the threshold. You all should do this amidst this pandemic we're in. But I further addressed the concerns from folks, including some city council members, as to why not only a CPI but a COLA was not officially part of the conversation or even addressed within any of the attachments per the agenda item. We need to be going beyond these weak protections and incrementalist reforms. Your city, the residents, and folks here right now are calling for a lower threshold of plus or minus 2 to 3% tied to each of this is what folks need. All during this entire month and presentation, you have told folks, really at the behest of what landlords, developers, I'm truly asking, because it sounds like we care more about property and businesses and not putting people first. Folks are asking for stronger protections on rental assistance. Folks are asking for lower rent, above most all, freezing rent. Right now, I ask you all to put people first and listen to the community, table this item, and vote no if it ends up. We need more accessibility. Put this on Zoom and stop limiting and stifling voices during public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Please go ahead. You're on the air.
Hello, my name is Jennifer, and I'd like to speak on behalf of small property owners. I'd like to request that there be more relief or resources be made to tenants so they could be able to pay their rent, and also for small property owners to be able to meet their bare minimum expenses that they should be providing to their tenants. If there were to be a decrease in rent percentage, I would also let that be. What I would like to propose that it could be temporary right now during this pandemic. But yeah, that is all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Please go ahead. You're on the air.
Hi, my name is Susan Hoa, and I grew up in Hayward. I'm calling to address this rent increase you guys are trying to do. Like everyone in this meeting is saying, there is a pandemic going on. People are losing their jobs. People don't have money to pay their rent right now. So many people are struggling, so I just don't understand why you guys are trying to do this increase. Where is the empathy for the people? Where is the care for these Hayward residents, for your community? It's ridiculous and just wrong to expect people to pay more when they're out of work. It's ridiculous. I think you guys need to really reconsider what you are doing and do what's right by the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Please Go ahead. You're on the air.
Yes. My name is Diane Pagaldi, and I'm a tenant here in Hayward. And I got a question to find out. Because I've got a lot of people that come and ask me for apartments for rent. Could owners raise the rent more than 5%, or even the real estate that rent out apartments? I'm very curious if they can raise it more than 5%. Especially the real estate because I look at the housing listing all the time, a lot of them are under real estate, and could they raise the rent more than 5% to make their income? If you can let me know, I'm very curious because I've got a lot of people that come and ask me for if we have any apartments for rent, and I tell them no, and because they say the rent is going up so high that they can't afford it. Okay, I thank you very much, and you guys are doing a fantastic job tonight. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Mayor Holliday.
Yes?
Diane Pagaldi was the last speaker on hold.
Okay, so maybe we could start with having Ms. Morales come back and maybe address some of the things that came up on the calls, if you would want to. I think there was a specific question from the last caller about whether rents can be increased to more than 5% in Hayward. So you can start with that.
Right. So the landlord, just to clarify, that we're not proposing a rent increase of 5%, but the landlords have the option to increase the rent up to 5%. That was approved last year as the allowable rent increase. It can go beyond 5% for 3 reasons. If they're passing through a capital improvement increase that is for a temporary time period. They have 2 years from the completion of that work to be able to pass that through. They could also increase the rent if they didn't take rent increase in 2018 or 19 and they had a banked increase, and they can increase up to 10%. And landlords can also choose not to increase the rent this year as related to COVID-19, and then that would be a banked rent increase that they could impose at another time.
Okay, thank you. So I now will entertain, is that Councilmember
item? Yes, thank you. Mayor, I move the item with the staff recommendations with the collective's recommendations in their letter. It's mostly, obviously, clearly listed with a rent control rate at HUD's annual adjustment factors rate.
Okay, is there a second?
Mayor, I'll second Councilmember Marquez, but I also have a quick question for staff.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Housing Manager Christina Morales. Thank you for clarifying that we are not imposing rent on all tenants. This is specifically to the rent stabilization ordinance that was updated last year. But I didn't hear you say, can you please just clarify that in Hayward, a landlord, if they choose to increase rent, it can only be done on an annual basis. Is that correct?
Correct. They can only do a rent increase once annually.
Okay. And if we learn from city, if city staff learns that a landlord is in violation and it has increased the rent beyond 5%, what are the consequences?
So the tenant can submit a petition to the rent review office, and then they would have the option to participate in mediation first, and then if they can't resolve the disputed rent increase, then it would be assigned to an arbitrator who would look at the ordinance and apply the applicable rent increase.
Okay. And earlier you had stated that all of your information is translated into Spanish as well as Chinese. Do you also have Spanish-speaking staff and Chinese-speaking staff for people that are calling in with inquiries?
We do have Spanish-speaking staff, and we were able to enlist the help of Chinese-speaking staff when needed. And we will, for mediation and arbitration, we will hire a translator for those.
Okay. And if someone has a different language, if a different language is spoken, how is that addressed? How are we able to meet their needs?
So currently we're enlisting the help of other city staff, but we're looking into different services that can provide translation service on demand for phone call inquiries. But for the mediation and arbitration, we would hire a translator in the language that's needed.
Okay. Thank you so much. And thank you for the great work you've been doing consistently for the last couple of years, along with your staff and Ms. Ott. Thank you.
So, yes, I would let Councilmember Wahab, could you clarify the motion again? Because I'm not exactly sure. First of all, there were a number of suggestions in the collective's letter, but I think you only referenced the, limiting the increase, which actually...
No. Sorry if that wasn't clear. I said that I moved the staff recommendation with the collective's recommendations in their letter.
Well, there's a number of...
Yes, I fully support the number of recommendations they've made, because every time we discuss housing, we sandwich it into a wide variety of different pieces. We discuss the database that, we're not even adding any points to. We are discussing, rents, the tenant relocation, the just cause loophole. It's a wide variety of things. I can definitely read it out to you if you want.
No, I'd like staff's comments, because I'm sure staff has reviewed the letter. Would this require you to go back and for us to come back again for this? Because I don't know how we necessarily incorporate.
I will say that these are reasonable adjustments, and then obviously the HUD's annual adjustment factors rate. They are the experts on housing, so I think that their rate is the most relatable.
I think it's a process question of whether we would need to go back and modify the ordinance language and then bring it back for reintroduction at a later date. Given how substantial the changes are, we wouldn't be able to have the council introduce the item tonight. It would basically be direction to go do that, update the ordinance with the additional recommendations, and then bring it back for a reintroduction a different night.
All right. Thank you.
So that is your motion, and Councilmember Marquez has seconded it. Do any other council members wish to comment?
Let's see. Okay. I'm going to offer an amendment. I rarely offer amendments in seconds, so I just want to make sure process-wise that's allowable. Is that correct, City Attorney?
If the maker of the motion and the seconder, which is you, agree to it, I think that would be okay.
Complex.
Right? I didn't. City Attorney, is that correct?
I think I'd like to hear what it is that's being suggested.
So what I was going to propose is to move forward with staff's recommendation, however, direct staff to consider the options presented to us by the Hayward Collective to come back to us the next possible date, which at this point I'm presuming is September.
Well, that's a very substantial amendment to the motion. Councilmember Wahab?
I get the amount of work. I think that because they would, in this circumstance, review everything that's already stated, and when they re-present it to us, they would already be recommending it. So I think it's kind of like a moot point, and they would be working on it and seeing what's available anyway. So it's kind of your recommendation anyways. So I'll leave as is.
Okay.
And I just want to clarify what your motion was, because the way I'm looking at the collective's letter, and it seemed that they were talking more about limiting it to the amount of annual increase in the median household income. I could be wrong about this, but I don't really see a lot about the cost of living.
No.
Which is very different from the increase in median income. Yes, Councilmember.
Yeah, Mayor, I would not ignore, but focus more on the letter that was presented, that was emailed to all of us. I think that clearly kind of lays it out. These adjustments, they have a huge section on language, which is, very easy to do. It's just more for clarity. And then the adjustment in regards to the only thing that's financial would be the HUD rate. That would be in addition to this. So that is pretty much it.
But I just like to add, there is, for instance, a moratorium on the banked increase and the, capital improvement. That is a big deal. It isn't just even under the clarification language. That is a pretty big deal to essentially put a moratorium on those increases. So that's a pretty substantial change. And there's a lot of things in here that I think staff would want to weigh in on and make sure that the council had a understanding of why we aren't recommending some of these issues.
Yeah, and I'm happy to get that study from you guys.
I'm not sure what study, and I guess we did take it to the task force. That was the intent, was to bring it to the task force and go over this in significant detail. So we could go back and look at all of these items. Again, it would also require additional outreach to both the tenant and the landlord community. So I just want to make sure you build in that time frame for that.
Yeah, and I think Councilmember Marquez stated possibly September. I'd prefer a lot sooner, but I understand things are difficult.
All right, Councilmember Landman.
Okay, so the motion as it stands. So let me first ask the city attorney to weigh in on the motion as it stands, which is to introduce some significant changes, as I understand it. Is that, is that something we can do? What is your opinion?
Mayor and Council, as I understand what's on the table, it really is a direction to staff to take the staff recommendation and to reconcile it with the suggestions in the letter. So this could not actually be an introduction. It would really be direction to staff to go back and to reconcile what could be competing language, and to bring it back for council to consider it for introduction.
Okay.
So basically, council probably should go ahead and vote on this as direction to staff. The motion on the floor is really requires a vote.
So, sorry, Councilmember Lemon. I am happy just because I know that the staff is concerned. If the seconder would like to make an adjustment, I would like to ask staff what can be immediately done. And, the moratorium is the one thing that I'm happy to put off the table just to be able to move this forward.
I think the biggest concern Councilmember will have is that any of the changes would require us to go through the ordinance and update the language and make substantial substantive changes to what is written and what was published in the agenda packet and what was noticed. So I think that's the bigger concern. Is I don't know that there's, I'll let Jennifer and Christina take a look through, and I know they reviewed it earlier this afternoon, but I think the concern is if we try and do this on the fly, we have not noticed any of these potential changes from the letter in the ordinance that was published for introduction tonight.
Yeah, I'll just weigh in. I think, and with an ordinance this complicated, also I would just be nervous about agreeing to make all these changes. Or telling you one simple change and then not realizing that it influences another change somewhere else. I mean, for instance, and there's a lot when you start thinking through some of these things on, let's say, doing more of a relocation assistance, how much and what happens under what circumstances. There's all kinds of sub questions that need to get thought through. If this were a really simple ordinance and we were making a couple tweaks, I think that would be much easier. But this is a very complicated ordinance, and we've noticed that through the implementation of it, which is why we came back to make these changes. So I'd be very nervous making any tweaks tonight without allowing staff time to review them thoroughly, especially with the city attorney's office.
So I would echo Councilmember Marquez's amendment that the staff recommendation be moved, and then I have separate comments about what the recommendation is in terms of going forward, which I'll go ahead and make now and then allow other people to talk rather than trying to have it back and forth on this platform. So my preference would be that we move the staff recommendations, and then in terms of what we look at, that the task force, as soon as is possible, comes back to meet and really talk about the rent issue again. I know we have had multiple conversations about it, and frankly, I don't think that the fix is about fixing this broken system. For instance, more people are signing up to receive Section 8 vouchers because those rents are considered higher in a depressed economy than market rate. And so I'm really concerned about tying something to a HUD rate, especially at with only a few moments of reflection on that. So I think, to really fix the issue for our residents, which we've been talking about for a number of years, it's really about ownership. It's really about transforming our rental programs into ownership programs. It's about having receiving entities that can, as properties perhaps come on the market in this depressed economy, that those can be captured and become co-op ownership or permanently affordable rental housing. And there are some really long-term things we could do to help protect our residents for the long term. In Berkeley, which has a lower rent cap than we do, rents are much, much higher than ours. And that's not just because of factors outside of rent. It's partly because of rent. And so I think rather than trying to revisit this whole conversation again tonight, what I'd like to see us do is go ahead and that's why we have the format of the task force, and talk about what are our strategies, and perhaps the members of the task force and any council members who have some input about what that would like to shape that conversation can work with staff on that. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Lawson.
Mayor, there's a motion on the floor with a second.
Well, I think we're discussing the motion now, and people are waiting. And council members get to discuss the motion, right?
What I'm hearing are alternatives to the motion.
I understand. We will vote. We will vote. Well, okay, unless Councilmember Wahab is amenable to basically changing her motion to approving the staff recommendation, which is what I heard from Councilmember Marquez, then we will, and unless Councilmember Marquez wants to withdraw her second, we will vote for the motion, but I think council members should get to speak to the motion based on what I am hearing from Councilmember. Well, I'm going to let Councilmember Zermania speak next, but well, all right, no, but okay. Are you amenable to changing your motion to what Councilmember Marquez and I guess and also Councilmember Lamnan have suggested?
So they suggested two different things. Councilmember Marquez suggested that this be passed and then things be worked on. Councilmember Lamnan stated that it should go to the housing task force for these items and discussed Berkeley. I want to ask a question to our city attorney Lawson. If there is any legal reason why any of these changes could not be done tonight.
Mayor, I'm not sure what proposed. You mean the changes that are identified in the letter?
Yes.
As has been expressed earlier, those suggestions need to be reconciled with what's in the staff recommendation. And it is unwise to try and do it on the fly in the context of this meeting. If there is direction to reconcile them and to bring them back in the form of a proposed ordinance, that would make a lot of sense rather than trying to enact something that is fundamentally unclear and potentially unenforceable. More importantly, if something is introduced tonight in the form that's been suggested, it needs to be published. It needs to come back for adoption, possibly next week. And if in reviewing what's introduced, there's a need to make substantial reconciliation, then it requires reintroduction because there would be substantive changes next week. In short, what I'm hearing is a sense motion to take what's recommended by staff, to reconcile it with what's in the letter, and to bring that back in an ordinance that is internally consistent.
Okay. I do prefer that, and the reason why I'm hesitant to take it back to the task force, we have talked about a lot of different issues, and I think the task force, for the most part, is pretty much on the same page with a lot of concerns. My biggest concern, and obviously the community's largest concern, is that we have an opportunity right now to ensure that we have HUD's rate, number one, and we discuss some of the more pressing matters that are affecting our residents. So I will leave it as is and leave it to staff as to when they can tackle this.
And Councilmember Marquez, are you still seconding that then without the change that you recommended?
So my preference would be, if Councilmember Wahaba is amenable, is to please narrow the focus to possibly 2 to 3 items for staff to analyze and bring back. I could make recommendations, but you're the maker, so I think we need to narrow. I think it is a bit complex to go through A through Z with such a short period of time. So,
okay.
I will not withdraw my motion if you're willing to narrow to 1, 2, 3 items specific that you want staff to analyze.
Okay. So let's think out loud. So we're all obviously on the spot, so we're trying to think out loud.
CPI, that was part of,
and not CPI.
Okay. Okay. Wait a minute. Yeah, I don't know that we have a clear motion on the floor. And I think
restate my motion.
I'm going to recognize Councilmember Zermania to weigh in here right now because he's had his hand up for a while. We are discussing a motion on the floor.
Yes, thank you. But the only thing that I'm open would be perhaps a rethinking of the threshold of 5%. Aside from that, I'm not in favor of the motion. And that is because while the collective's ideas are some that we ought to take into account, we're not going to be able to do it tonight, and it should be done by the task force. That's why we created a task force, and the collectives have some good ideas, and we have a committee to deal with those. The only thing that I'm open to right now is a possible change in the threshold. Otherwise, I will vote no on the motion. But I do want to take an opportunity to tell Christine Morales that I'm thoroughly impressed with her knowledge about this. It's tremendous, what she knows and how she's able to answer a very particular question. But one question, Christina, if I may, do we know why the state chose 5% and not 4 or 3? Can you answer that quickly? Do we know that?
I don't know why, but so they chose 5% plus the CPI, and when you compare compare it to our ordinance, there's no variation. So it seems that that's what their assessment was for a landlord to be able to get a fair return on their investment. So it would cover both their expenses, which would be, they may be using CPI to calculate that, and then also giving them return and giving them enough income to invest with capital improvements, since it has been broken down in those different components.
All right. I like what staff has done with the rest of the report and all the changes and modifications, because it provides more protection for the 42% of our residents who are renters. Okay, so that's it. I cannot vote for the motion as it stands because we're not able to incorporate all those changes as has been stated by our city attorney. And the only thing I'm open to would be some kind of a decrease on the threshold number. Thank you.
So Mayor, can
Councilmember Mendel, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I support staff's recommendation. I'm going to be voting against the motion on the floor. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other council members that have not spoken, which I think is only Councilmember Salinas?
Yeah, I guess right now I'm just really confused and disappointed. We went in here to essentially clean up our language and to do to fine tune this ordinance, and with the understanding that we would come back to council, in later in the year to make the tweaks and revisions that we need to have happened, and which gives us time to process this. I received the email like everyone else. I received it last night at 10:30 at night, and there's there's a lot of substantive ideas on there, and I just right now here we are on the 11th hour, and we're we came into this to do one task, and now this is turned into something that clearly there's a lot of because of the motion, there's still a lot of confusion around, and so right now I'm just real concerned about this process, and I'm right now I don't know how I'm going to vote, but I wish that we can stay focused on what our task is for tonight, and we come back and follow the process that we intended to follow, and we can come back later this year so that we have a substantive policy, and that we can really do what we want to achieve. But this is another example of how we're pushing. This is another example of how we're taking a substantive policy matter that we've been working on, and we're just pushing it through right now, and so I'm concerned, and it's I'm also very concerned that if the vote does not happen tonight, then the council will then get publicly shamed as not being focused and not being concerned about renters and families that are struggling. This is not a time to take the circumstances of families and blow them up and politicize them while we do this. And so, I think, people want us to be measured. I think the city expects us to be deliberate and thoughtful in what we do. And so, this is tough. And I wish, in closing, I wish we could stay focused on what our task is tonight and do what we need to do. But so I hope, so anyways, I yield my time.
All right, Council, okay.
I am happy to change my motion.
Councilmember Marquez, I think she wants to say something.
Mayor?
Yes.
I have not, from the previous time, Councilmember Marquez made suggestions. I have not addressed that, so I would like to address that because I think it would clear up a lot of the concerns.
I'm going to ask her if she has indicated that she wants to withdraw her second. Is that correct? Okay. You're muted.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to state for the public's knowledge that we do have a meeting chat, so message board going. So I did state that I wanted to speak because we're not quite following the raising the hand and calling upon one another to speak. So I will withdraw my second and make a motion to move staff's recommendation. I would like to, in that motion, direct that the Housing and Homeless Committee reconvene to focus on further analyzing rent increases in Hayward, to include HUD, CPI, to do a further analysis of what other options are available for the council to consider.
All right. I'm going to ask the city attorney, first of all, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there is a second to that motion. Now, is this proper since council? Perhaps I should have asked if there was anybody else.
And Mayor, I would have.
Councilmember Wahab's original motion, but I don't think there is. So now we have a different motion on the table in a second. We can go ahead and discuss that.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So now, Councilmember Wahab, go ahead.
Mayor, I never had the opportunity to address the question that was directed to me to adjust my motion. I was happy to do that and to address my colleagues' concerns, which I completely understand, to mostly just focus on, for tonight's motion, to make that adjustment as to moving staff recommendation with the HUD threshold and the relocation assistance packages.
So I'm going to ask, I was going to ask if the maker of the motion, Councilmember Marquez, and the seconder, Councilmember Zermeño, would be agreeable to that as an amendment.
I don't think we're following the process. Our city attorney has not been able to respond if that's even allowed, because there was a motion on the table. It was still technically on the table. So I would like to hear what the legal aspect.
Not after the second was withdrawn, I think. Mr. City Attorney?
The second was withdrawn, and so that motion is no longer on the table. There's a new motion that's been seconded, and that's the motion that's under discussion, and that is to move the staff recommendation with the direction to reconvene the task force to look at some of these additional questions. But the motion, the active motion, is to move the staff recommendation, and there's a second to that. That's the motion that's on the table now.
So
I have a point of order question.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Mendel. Point of order.
I apologize. Yeah, a clarification from the city attorney. So when the second of a motion on the floor is withdrawn, isn't it appropriate for the chair of the meeting to ask if there is anyone if there's anyone else who would like to second it, or does that just kill the motion and we
I believe that I did. Oh, okay.
No, you did not.
I did.
No,
I
you
did.
not. And that's why I'm asking for. So I want to get the city attorney to weigh in on this point of order, just procedurally.
I thought I did. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, I thought that I heard the mayor ask if there was another second. I didn't hear that there was another second. If I missed that, then the mayor can certainly ask if there is another second to Councilmember Wahab's motion.
I believe that I did. I didn't hear. Is there anyone who? But well, we're beyond that now. But
I would like to adjust the motion to address the concerns of council. That was the discussion, part of the discussion. If we were going to be truly having an open, honest discussion, to move the staff recommendation with reviewing the HUD rate as well as the relocation packages, both temporary and permanent. That is the new adjusted motion. So that was my
okay, but your motion, there's been another motion in the meantime that was seconded. And so that would have to be an amendment to that motion if you want to make it and ask the maker and seconder if they accept that.
So because the second wasn't asked, I want to ask our city attorney, what is the process if that is removed, right? The chain of command or the timeline that we've had, the seconder removed. I'd like to address the questions that were asked and stated, and all my colleagues were concerned about. Me making my adjustment, and then the second being asked if there is a second.
So, Mayor and Council, with all due respect, the motion that was made by Councilmember Wahab that was originally seconded, and now the second has been withdrawn, that motion is no longer on the table. It's been superseded by a new motion that's been seconded. That's the motion that's on the table and for discussion and possibly a vote. If it fails and Councilmember Wahab or somebody else wants to make a new motion, then that's the procedure.
I think the clarification is Councilmember Wahab would have had to have received a second on her original motion because there was a new motion that was made, correct?
Anyway, you just stated that earlier.
No, there was no, after the second was withdrawn, there was no other council member who wished to second the motion.
Have we asked that?
Yes, I did, and no one. I don't think anyone was going to do that. Was anyone going to do that? I did ask, but so I'm not here. Councilmember Lamnon.
Sorry, with all due respect, I actually didn't hear you ask that question. So we can, just for clarity, perhaps we ask that question, and then if there is no second, then we go with the motion on the floor. I understand. I'm wondering. I'm thinking we missed that step.
Would you have offered the second? Okay, is there anyone? I haven't heard anyone yet say that they would have seconded that motion after Councilmember Marquez withdrew her second. If there is anyone who would have done that, please speak up. All right, I'm not seeing that. So therefore, the motion, the seconder withdrew, the motion therefore does not move forward. Councilmember Marquez made a motion, and it was seconded by Councilmember Zermano. Now, so that's where we are now. And Councilmember Wahab, you are wanting, I believe, to offer amendments.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So I just want to rehear Councilmember Marquez's motion because it's been kind of changed from like the two people I've heard from. So could you restate your motion?
Yes. So my motion was to accept staff's recommendation and direct staff to call a meeting of the Homeless and Housing Committee to reevaluate and discuss alternatives for rent increases in Hayward. So whether we're talking about CPI, HUD, to conduct that analysis so that the committee can discuss those options and then ultimately bring that back to the council. I'm hoping in September, October. I can't give firm deadlines just because everyone is strapped so thin and has been working crazy hard for the last 4 months. So
okay. Now, can I also ask you as a friendly amendment to include the temporary and permanent relocation assistance that was stated in the letter? Basically, it would move from 1 month to 3 months and reevaluate the amount if we are sending it to the task force.
I'm open to rediscussing that. I just don't want to commit to a timeline. I'm open to the committee discussing alternatives.
So we have a pretty clear agenda on September, so I think that's would be fine. With the seconder, I guess, is now the second question, right?
Yes.
Well, that's not really how is that any different from the motion you made, because you wanted the committee to discuss?
It's adding another concept, though, the temporary and relocation assistance.
Okay, and you are agreeable to
I'm agreeable to that discussion, that point coming back to the committee for staff to look at.
That's not what her request is. It's to include it tonight in the motion, I believe. Isn't that correct, Councilmember Wahab?
What do you believe?
That you were asking that she include those items in the motion that we passed tonight.
No, so she has a two-part motion. One is to pass the staff recommendation right now tonight. And then the second part is to review the HUD annual adjustment factor rate as well as CPI at the Housing Task Force. And I've asked for that to be including the relocation, permanent and temporary assistance, and the price scheme for tenants.
Oh, all those things to be reviewed by the task force.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And
I would just say
she's agreeable to that.
Yeah, we'll need to work with staff to just make sure that the September timeframe is still realistic. To bring it to the task force, I don't, we have a lot of items going on. We're trying to republicize the rent relief program, and so I just want to be thoughtful about that and talk with staff about the timeline. So I would ask that there's not a timeline put in it, but as soon as possible, as soon as feasible from staff would be my recommendation.
Okay. All right. So your motion is really not different from what you had originally stated, except that clearly you are accepting that we bring. Actually, I would like to. There probably are other things in this letter that I would like to see the Housing Task Force discuss and that we could act on in the future. But Councilmember Zermeño, are you agreeable to? I don't think we really changed. Are you agreeable to what you understand has the motion now is?
From what I understand is being requested, those two items are already in that letter. So there really is no need for an amendment. Those two items will be discussed by a task force. So that's fine. There's no need for an amendment. So I'm fine with it, but it's unneeded. And yes, and I agree with our city manager. Do this as soon as possible, but let's not put a date. That's fine. Thank you.
I just want to clarify, the original motion that Councilmember Marquez made did state that it should come back review. She said August or September. I know our housing meeting is in September, so I just want to double check why that wouldn't be allowed, because we don't really have any items that are significant coming up. And I'm a member of the task force.
I didn't say it wasn't allowed. I just said I would like to double check with staff and the workload before we commit to a firm date.
But there is a meeting of the task force.
I just don't know if all the analysis can be completed by the September meeting. Hopefully it can. I just I just want to be thoughtful about that, and we can.
Well, we
Jennifer,
could discuss what they could,
Yeah, I mean, for instance, we've been working also on the notice of funding availability that we discussed at the last task force meeting to try to fund homeownership programs, and we were putting together a big staff report for that September. So and so we have certain staff working on that. So we do just need to try to juggle. I mean, maybe we could push the September meeting to October and take a little more time, or we could try if this threshold question, we've already done a lot of analysis on the temporary relocations. If if it's just the threshold question, and we'll look at it and see if we can try to bring it back in September. But I just to give you an example of other policy things that we're working on that are very important also. So we just need a little flexibility, I think, would be ideal.
So I'm sorry, I'm not trying to further complicate things. This process makes it complex to even have this deliberation. So at this juncture, I'm going to stick to my original motion for staff workflow. The issues that have been raised in the letter, it doesn't mean that they can't be revisited at a later date. I think right now the most urgent thing is the rent increase. So at this point, I'm going to stick to my original motion, which is staff recommendation, and ask that the Housing and Homeless Committee rediscuss rent increases and what the analysis looks like and what alternatives are available other than just the 5%. And obviously the preference being something lower, but I'm not going to direct staff on exactly what that is. I want staff to analyze what are council's recommendations to yet again modify the rent stabilization ordinance if needed at a later date.
So just to clarify, Councilmember Marquez, are you then not accepting the amendment? You just want to go back to your original motion?
I'm not, and also because I know it's separate but related, but we have a lot of work to do with regard to reimagining community policing, and everyone has been working nonstop for 4 months straight. I'm very, very mindful of everyone's fatigue, level of stress. So it's not that I don't care about these issues, but we have to be really practical and focus on what's manageable right now. All those issues raised in the letter, we can continue to visit them at Housing Committee meetings. But right now, the urgency, in my opinion, and based off what members of the public are saying, right now, the urgency is revisiting rent increases. So I want to just narrow the focus to that.
So can I ask a clarifying question? And I'm sorry, I know that there's a lot.
Okay.
So you want whatever comes back to us, whether it's next week or 2 weeks down the line or so forth.
September.
Okay, so September is when you want to review the increase of the
I want first vetted at the Housing Committee meeting in September. If we narrow it to just that rather than broadening the scope, I don't see why that can't be added to the agenda. Maybe the meeting has to be 3 hours versus 2. So I would like to see that item added to September's agenda.
Okay, so I appreciate that clarification. I also want to clarify to the public that this is very different staff from the reimagining policing folks. So housing and police are 2 different staff members. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else care to speak? Seeing no hands raised at the moment, speak up. Is that our council members, Armenio, are you trying to?
Yes, the seconder agrees with the mover of the motion.
And the motion is basically the staff recommendation along with having further discussion of the issues raised in the letter that we received and some of the other comments tonight, I believe, come back to the Housing and Homelessness Task Force at their next meeting for further discussion. Okay.
It's only one of the items.
It's only the rent increase.
Only the rent increase. Okay.
Yeah, we'll talk about the other stuff as we go with the.
Okay. That was Councilmember Lamnon weighing in.
Yeah, sorry.
Who is the chair of our Housing and Homelessness Task Force? So,
Mayor, I do have a question for Director Ott.
Mm-hmm.
Director Ott, I know that the referral that I made last year regarding the reallocation funds that could potentially go to people that the Leisure Terrace, the corrective action referral. I do believe that we haven't really worked on that, and that's already a year overdue. So I do want to highlight that.
I'll have to go back. I mean, what my understanding, and we can go back and look at your referral, was that we have resolved the Leisure Terrace items. I mean, there's only the biggest item was the loophole that if this motion goes forward would be closed. And then there's only so much we can do at this point with the Leisure Terrace landlord. We can continue to communicate with them, but there are legal conversations going on, attorneys being CC'd. We have to be really careful not to insert ourselves too much more in that conversation. So I'm happy to talk more about that, but I don't know that there are outstanding issues with the Leisure Terrace issue that we can continue talking about.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a roll call vote on the motion on the floor.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Lannon.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Mendel.
Yes.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Yes.
Mayor Halliday. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. That was tough, but I think we did do something tonight. We made a lot of changes, a lot of updates of our ordinance, of the work we've done. It's a work in progress, and it will continue to be. And we will have. I appreciate the input, and we've received other input, and the Housing and Homelessness Task Force will be. We'll be reviewing this further, but thank you all for your input and work. And we're going to move on now to item number 7, which is consideration of the transit occupancy tax and adoption of resolutions establishing November 3rd, 2020 as the date for a proposed ballot measure, asking Hayward voters to approve an increase in the city's transient occupancy tax. And we will hear on this one from Finance Director Clausen.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here. I've got a presentation that I'll ask City Manager McAdoo to pull up for me. Thank you. So this is sort of a slide of showing where we've been, and if it seems like we've talked about this item for weeks, months, and years, it's because we have. We started talking about this, and this only goes back to 2017, and I'm sure this is not the first time that this came up, but the first time that we took a look at the actual viability of a potential ballot measure for transient occupancy tax and increasing the city's transient occupancy tax. We've sort of expedited the conversations or advanced the conversations quite a bit in recent weeks, leading us to tonight, where we are bringing council a potential ballot question for their review for the November 2020 election. Next slide, please. So this is sort of demonstrating just what the average what the TOT rates are for our peer cities, and then based on the good points that Councilmember Marquez brought up last week, our neighbors to the north in San Leandro have a rate of 14%. Our neighbors to the south in Union City have a rate of 12.87%. The city of Hayward is at 8.5%, clearly well below everyone else here shown on the chart. As I mentioned last week, the cities shown on the chart were not intentionally cherry-picked. We're trying to get sort of like-sized organizations around the Bay Area and larger. So next slide, please. This is a show of sort of the recent Bay Area TOT ballot measures. The one that did not pass of these was the measure in San Francisco in 2010 that was attempting to increase the rate from 14 to 16%. All of others have passed pretty handily. So the city is hoping that their ballot measure will also be successful at a similar rate. Next slide, please. We're hoping to, have a fairly significant increase to the city's revenue from the transient occupancy tax. Certainly with everything that's gone on with COVID-19 and the complete slowdown or halt of the use of hotels and the tourist industry, I was told last week by a couple of hoteliers that they're down to about 30% occupancy. So certainly we can't expect that immediately, if we were to jump to 14%, we would have these type of numbers. This is just for a basis of comparison and hopeful that the tourist industry does bounce back, and we do have close to full occupancy as we have in recent history. Next slide, please. I also wanted to clarify a couple of things. The transient occupancy tax is applied only to persons who occupy a hotel or motel room for 30 consecutive days or less. It does not apply to residential rentals. And also that the cost of adding this to the ballot is estimated about $7,200. Because we would have to include some information on voter pamphlets and translation services related to doing so, and the printing costs equal that, are estimated at about that $7,200. Next slide, please. I won't read through the proposed ballot question. We can come back to it if council members have specific questions on the language or want to make suggestions. I do have it here on a slide for us to discuss as necessary. But it was included in both the staff report and the resolution, so I won't read it out here this evening. Next slide, please. Next steps, we are here tonight. This will be sort of the last time that we plan to make a formal presentation to council ahead of the November election, unless there's something relevant that needs to be brought back. This is sort of the final step in adding this measure to the ballot, as council is directed, is hashing through the language. I will say that the language that's been included in the staff report and the resolution has been vetted by the city attorney, the city clerk. It was also, we received feedback from FM3, the city's research group, and sort of survey experts. And so, we're trying to do everything that we possibly can to put a successful ballot measure on the ballot for the city to, be able to achieve what it hopes in getting the voters to approve this measure. Next slide, please. So tonight we've got a couple of recommendations. The first recommendation is to ask council to put the ballot question on the November 2020 election ballot, and to allow the increase of up to 14% for the TOT. You'll recall the city did something similar with its cannabis tax. And we allowed an up to rate and then set it at a much lower rate because we thought that's what the market could bear. We're still hopeful to start seeing significant revenue income from that revenue source, but the reason behind putting it on the ballot in such a way that it allows the flexibility for council to sort of increase and decrease the tax rate up to what the voters have approved by simply creating a resolution to either increase or decrease. Staff is recommending that even if the ballot measure is successful in November, that we put a freeze on the rate at 8.5%, for at least 6 months so that we can sort of consider what's happening in the travel industry and how the industry is recovering, so that we are trying to take consideration for those hoteliers trying to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic and the shelter in place, et cetera. We're also asking that council directs the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis of the measure. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Kelly, if you wouldn't mind going back to the actual ballot measure, the question slide.
Sure, and I just wanted to clarify the city clerk. I think we have an outdated PowerPoint, but it actually on this slide, August 21st is the deadline for rebuttal arguments. So I apologize, we didn't get the updated version in here. So just before we move back to the ballot question, there we go. Okay.
Happy to answer any questions anyone has.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Zermania.
Mark has questions as well.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dustin, for the report. What percentage increase is this from 8.5 to 14?
Well, certainly, if we were to go all the way up to 14, it would be a 5.5% increase.
5.5?
Yeah.
8. From 8.5 to 14%, it's only 5% increase. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendel.
Thank you, Mayor. So there were some. There's a point made this week by a couple of hotel owners, around the excise tax that the city of Hayward has, the 2% excise tax, and that in order to, their argument was that in order to properly compare our TOT tax level to other cities, we need to, include the excise tax by comparison. So I wanted to get staff to weigh in on that. Is that, is the excise tax that we have, does it in fact apply to hotels and for guests, first of all? Second, is that something rare that other cities don't have? Or is that, sort of a standard thing that other cities also have on their hotel guests?
It does apply to the hotel guests in the city of Hayward, the public safety excise tax. That is not a quote unquote standard tax across all cities. It is also not an uncommon tax across cities. And how it's applied is sort of, again, not completely standard across all cities, but it certainly can be applied in a similar fashion to the city, or to the way that the city does.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That was my only question.
Okay. Councilmember Marquez, did you have a question about this?
Yes. Dustin actually already answered it, but just I don't remember if you said the exact amount, if it was on the slide, but I know let me form it in a question. So even though the language says up to 14%, the council has the authority to determine what rate they want to set. Obviously can't go beyond 14, but that authority will always lie with the council. Is that correct?
Correct. Until it's goes to another ballot and gets approval from voters. Yes, that would be accurate.
Okay. And then can you speak to, I know obviously we're in this global pandemic. We know that city revenues are down. A lot of businesses aren't operating or fully operating. So if we do a 6-month pause, can you help me understand what type of analysis would staff do 6 months, or let's say the 4th, 5th month leading up to that 6-month mark, to determine, okay, are we ready to initiate the TOT? And if so, can you give me a sense of what type of analysis and information will be provided to the council in order to make that decision?
Sure. I think that probably, in my mind, the best analysis that we could do would be something similar to an occupancy study, where we sort of polled local hotels and look at their occupancy. If they're still hovering around 30%, like they are today, 6 months after the election, it would be difficult for me to come to council and say, hey, we've got the ability we should still do it. I think it would probably be looking at, seeing if they're at rates similar to, an average over 3 years or something like that, so that we can get a better idea of the recovery of the industry.
Okay. And then at that 6 month, obviously, depending on that data, we can further extend that out, correct?
Correct. Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah, I'm not recommending that at 6 months the door slams shut. But certainly setting that as the sort of inward boundary.
Okay. And I appreciate you including information on Union City and San Leandro. Thank you.
Participants up again. Any other questions for Dustin right now?
Yes, Director Clausen.
Go ahead.
Yes.
So I just wanted to kind of understand if you, and obviously this is something that was brought forth to the Budget and Finance Committee, which myself, the mayor, and Councilmember Laminate sit on. So we have reviewed this multiple times, and I do appreciate your effort and your staff's effort. I just want to understand if you are aware that there will be a 0.5-cent sales tax increase on the ballot by the county, which, in this time where everyone is, really hurting, what do you think knowing that?
How can I put this? So there's no guarantee that if the county were to put a 0.5-cent sales tax measure on the ballot, that it will be successful. I think they're choosing a time that it's going to be very difficult to have such a measure pass. I guess I would say that the two, while are both taxes, one of those will likely impact the majority of the Hayward community. The TOT measure will likely not impact the majority of those who live in the Hayward community because it's a tax that only applies to people who are using hotels and motels for less than 30 days at a time.
Okay. I just want to see how you gauge residents' appeal to increase their own taxes.
Sure.
Okay. If there are no further council questions right now, I'm going to open the public comment part of this discussion. Madam City Clerk, do we have any callers?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have one speaker at the time, at this point, and I'll go ahead and have him join the meeting. One moment, please. Please go ahead. You're on the air.
Thank you. This is Kim Huggett. I'm president of the Hayward Chamber of Commerce. I agree that this discussion should have happened at the beginning of this process instead of now. But a pandemic hit. We got our first presentation on it last Friday, and so here we are. But it's not too late. City Finance Director Clausen addressed the 16 members of the Chamber's Government Relations Council, members of our board, and Hayward hoteliers last Friday. The response was unanimous opposition to a TOT increase because of its negative impact on Hayward's recovery from the COVID pandemic and our overall economic development. We had 6 hoteliers representing 5 current hotels, one who's building a hotel, and another who wants to build 2 hotels here at the airport. They cited revenue losses of up to 60% or more during this crisis, despite dropping rates 30%. And don't forget that the total tax paid guests includes a 2% excise tax. So if the tax rates go up 14% plus 2%, we're at 16%, which is nearly double the current rate. Finally, I'm told that hotels in other cities are even receiving deferrals on paying TOTs. Bigger cities have convention centers to bring business to the area, which Hayward doesn't have. Guests are feeling the strain of the pandemic, and we need to keep them here to dine and shop. Our hotel owners say that if TOT is increased, Hayward will lose guests to neighboring cities, and we already know from reports that we have significant leakage in that area. To conclude, this measure would create a disincentive to stay here, and I ask you to not move forward with putting this on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other callers, Madam City Clerk?
Mayor Halliday, no additional public members. Mr. Haggett was the only person.
I will close public comment part of this item and ask for council comments or a motion.
Mayor, I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
This question's to our city manager. In pretty much all of today, the discussion was at the county level regarding San Quentin and a wide variety of other jails and inmate populations who test positive with COVID to be placed in local hotels because of sanitation and so forth. Are any of our hotels being utilized in this manner?
Not currently. We did have a number of hotels that responded to the county RFP, but were not selected in the initial round of negotiations. I know that Deputy City Manager Ott and our Economic Development Manager have been working with the county to try and the county has been unsuccessful in a lot of their negotiations, so they're coming back to the cities asking if other hotels are interested. So we have been working closely with the county staff and our hotels to try and get some of those hotels filled up with those programs that are being sponsored by the county.
And would the hotels be paid at the rate that they charge normal folks, or is there a special deal? Or
no, there's a discounted rate, and then there's only a 75% reimbursement. It's complicated because FEMA only reimburses for 75% of the cost. So I don't believe it is at their market rate for the rooms, though.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Zermania?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dustin, for the report. It's this whole Corona thing is really tremendous. We are navigating, and we have been navigating these very difficult times, financial times. I agree with the general consensus that this really does not affect the Hayward residents, because normally we do not stay in hotels unless for whatever reason, at least for less than 30 days. Wife and I will go over and skip San Francisco for 1 or 2 nights once in a while or wherever, but not in Hayward. And normally we don't do that. I also agree with some of the hoteliers that have sent us emails on this. And yes, 30% decrease in business is tremendous, but I think the community at large, not the hotel community, but the community at large of Hayward is the one that really needs to, they're the ones that we really need to work for in this particular case. And that's why I think we should put this on the ballot, and the community will vote for it, because the proceeds will be used for the community and by the community. And if we need to help out some of our hotels through some kind of a marketing plan or whatever, then we will do that. But I think this is one more or less painless way for us to ensure that we have some better financial times and trying to beat Corona. So that's I move on the staff's recommendation.
Is there a second?
Councilmember Mendel.
Okay, Councilmember Mendel, you seconded the motion. Go ahead and speak.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. So just briefly, yeah, I do support it, and I think that the important thing to realize is that we're putting this on the ballot to give our voters a choice. If it passes, nothing actually changes as a result of it passing. The rate doesn't go up automatically. That's going to be, if it passes, a discussion for the next council to have, and I won't be here, but I know that if I were a part of that conversation, as was sort of intimated earlier, I would not be looking to, raise the rate, at all in the middle of this, COVID craziness. I think this is, but this does create some, potential for us to, as we start to come out of this and hotels recover and the economy recovers, to create some additional revenue that will help us to replenish our depleted and depleting emergency fund and things like that, so that we aren't forced to cut services going forward. So I trust the next council to be measured about this, to be thoughtful about it, to consider the excise tax, and sort of for staff to come back with a comparison of like the actual rate paid in different cities, not just the TOT rate, and combine the different things when it actually comes time for the council to decide, all right, what's the number, and when are we going to have that conversation at some point, hopefully in mid 2021, because everything's returned to normal, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other council members who would like to speak?
Yes, Mayor, I would.
Go ahead.
Thank you to staff. I just want to remind the public, just as Dustin had mentioned earlier, this isn't the first time we've talked about this. This was actually almost on the ballot 2 years ago. Luckily, we were smart enough to just focus on one measure at a time, and we were successful with Measure T. This measure, although I don't want to increase tax on anybody at this point with COVID, but this is one, as we mentioned earlier, does not have to go into effect immediately. This council has been very measured. Because a tax can be a certain amount, we have not exercised that. We've been very, very prudent. And I can only speak for myself, but I'm confident that I'll continue to do that if this moves forward. I respect and appreciate the comments from the Hayward Chamber of Commerce, but in all my travels, I've never made a decision based off 12, 14, or 16% tax rate. That's not going to determine where I stay. So if people are doing business or visiting family in here, I'm confident they'll continue to frequent our hotels, regardless if we land at 10, 12, or 12% or something in between. So I think we need to just present the question to the voters. And I'm happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other hands raised. The thing about the excise tax is interesting. I feel like we didn't actually get, real comparisons. And I know that the staff recommendation when we discussed this previously was for 12. And maybe that had something to do with it. I don't know. Did that enter into the staff's, recommendation at that time?
No, the excise tax was not really part of the consideration until it had been brought up.
So anyway, as was stated, this passing this tonight and putting this on the ballot does not raise the tax. That would have to be an action of council later. I certainly would be reluctant to raise it in an overall way, counting in the excise, other taxes that may apply that don't apply in other cities. I'd like to see a real comparison like that before I would vote. And I don't know that I would then, vote to, raise it to the full 14%. Certainly while our hotels are still suffering from, the lack of travel due to COVID, I don't know that any of us, would be, wanting to rush in right away and impose that tax during the recovery period. So what putting this on the ballot and, what we're asking the voters to do is give us future flexibility to adjust our tax to be in line with other neighboring communities. And we'll, certainly before we do that, we'll be looking thoroughly at, the numbers and what we're going to do. So I will support them. I might have been inclined to ask for a reduction to up to 12, but I do think, given that other communities around us are, are up to 14%, that it's fair for us to ask that to give us the flexibility in the long term. So I will support the motion. And with that, I will call for a roll call vote from the city clerk, please.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Lamnin.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Mendel.
Yes. Sorry for the delay.
It's okay. Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes, and this is to bring us in comparison with our neighbors.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Yes.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes, and the motion carries with 7 aye votes. Thank you. And then that brings us to item number 8, which is also a proposed ballot initiative regarding the Hayward City Charter, adopting resolutions establishing November 3rd, 2020 as the date for one proposed ballot measure, asking Hayward voters to approve amendments to the Hayward City Charter. And we will hear from our city manager.
I believe the city attorney is going to do the presentation.
Okay. Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to refer to the PowerPoint that Kelly is going to present. Next slide. The council has directed staff to present the option of allowing the voters to consider a charter amendment that covers 2 issues. The first issue is eliminating the requirement of being a qualified elector in order to be eligible to serve and to volunteer on advisory bodies, boards, and commissions. And the second component is to replace gender-based titles in the charter with neutral, gender-free designations and titles. In order to move forward, there are 2 resolutions that are recommended for council action. The first is to present the ballot question, that's A, and to direct the preparation of the city attorney's impartial analysis. The second resolution is to set the deadlines for arguments, rebuttals, and so on, which is what the finance director just discussed with you regarding the TOT. Next slide, please. Again, we started this process on June 23rd. The council directed us to take the next steps, and here we are tonight. If it's presented to the voters in November, a charter amendment requires a simple majority, which is 50% plus 1 vote. Next slide, please. This is the ballot question that the voters would see on the ballot. It covers the 2 components, as previously discussed. It's a yes or no question. We can come back to that slide. It is in the staff report, so the council's had an opportunity to look at it for the last few days. Next slide, please. This is a language in the charter, which in the last sentence requires that, quote, in order to be eligible for appointment to any board or commission, a person shall be a qualified elector of the city. Next slide. Highlighting that last sentence, qualified elector means you have to be a registered voter In order to be a registered voter, you must be a U.S. citizen and a resident of the city. I think that's the key language that restricts the opportunity for service on advisory bodies. And the goal of the charter amendment is to expand the opportunity for residents to volunteer and to be eligible to be appointed by the council on these advisory bodies. Next slide, please. In surveying how other cities have handled this issue, we looked at other cities in Alameda County. Only Hayward has the requirement to be a qualified elector or registered voter or U.S. citizen to be eligible for service as a member of an advisory body, commission, or a board, or committee, or task force. So Hayward stands out in that regard. Next slide, please. The second component of the charter amendment as proposed is to focus on the gender-based titles, and in our charter, the terms are councilman, councilmen, chairman, he, him, and his. Those terms show up in the charter approximately 30 to 50 times. Next slide. Neutral gender-free designations and titles would be council member, council members, presiding officer in lieu of chairman, or the titles themselves, which can be the titles or the possessives, such as the mayor or the mayors, or the city manager or the city managers in the possessive sense. Next slide. We surveyed cities in Alameda County around gender-based titles. Only Hayward has not sort of moved into the 21st century, if you will. All of the other surrounding cities have eliminated gender-based titles in their charters and in their municipal codes. Next slide. As you just heard with the TOT report, election costs are built into the FY21 budget, and this ballot question is predicted is going to cost around $7,200 for translation and printing costs. So if the TOT question were presented, that also needs to be translated and printed. So this is an additional $7,200 for this ballot question. Next slide, please. To repeat the recommendations from the start, there are two resolutions in the staff report. The first is to adopt the ballot question, direct preparation of the impartial analysis, and the second resolution sets the schedule for arguments, rebuttals, and other matters related to the election, which is to be held November the 3rd. Next slide. These are the deadlines that are related to the election. And next slide. That concludes the report. We can go back to the ballot question. I think that's really the central focus this evening. And I'm happy to take questions. And the city manager, the city clerk, and I are the authors of this report, and we're happy to respond to questions.
All right. Are there any questions? Hearing, no. I'm not seeing that. Let's see. Councilmember Lambden.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. So the proposal to remove the language about the qualified elector is both, the way it's written right now, is both tied to the ability to be a registered voter as well as being a resident of the city. Would we need to articulate anything about continuing if we wanted to have a continued requirement about being a resident of the city, for example, does that language need to be articulated?
It's not necessary, Councilmember Lamden, because Section 900, and we can go back to that language, Madam City Manager. The Section 900 allows the council to establish by resolution or ordinance other qualifications to serve as an advisory member. So if this language were to be adopted and that last sentence is eliminated, the council could establish by resolution or ordinance requirements other than being a registered voter to serve in these advisory capacities. So, for example, you could require, as with the other cities, that potential appointees live in the city that they're residents, and then you can decide based on their interest, their experience, other qualifications, how to determine their eligibility or suitability for serving in an advisory capacity. So the council would retain flexibility to establish those criteria.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. If there aren't any other
questions, but I think Councilmember Zermania was ahead of me.
Okay. Yes. Well, you don't have your hand raised thing, so I don't know when you. But we'll go ahead with Councilmember Zermania.
Yeah, my little hand is on the screen over here. So, thank you very much to our three. Let's see, our clerk, our attorney, and our general manager. In that this is something that's good. It's a small victory for our DACA students, many of whom have been in my classroom, and many of whom also asked me, can I be involved in city politics through a commission, et cetera, and I said, no, sorry, you cannot. So with that in mind, that's a small victory for DACAs.
Councilmember Zermania, did you have a question? We're only on questions right now. We have a
that's
public.
Right.
Yes.
That's right. I shall wait. My apologies.
Okay. All right.
I have no questions.
And Councilmember Wahab, did you have a question?
Yes, I have a couple questions. And thank you for this presentation. I don't believe last time we had as much information for some of this. So I just wanted, if you guys can provide me, who worked on this particular item?
It was all three of the council appointed officers.
Okay. Could you, by any chance, tell me a little bit more about the background as to how this item was selected and brought forth to the council to vote on?
I believe last year it came up during the board and commission recruitment process. There was a concern about, there was a couple of members of the public who had applied to be members of board and commissions and were rejected because they were not registered voters or citizens. I'm not sure which of those two, but either would have been a disqualifying factor under our current charter. It has come up over the years. It is often an issue that council members have raised over the years. And this year, I think the three council appointed officers, given that we do have an election this fall and the heightened concern of the city, given our recent racial equity action plan that the council reviewed earlier, just really looking for ways to address some of these issues. And so that's why it was brought forward.
Okay. And when you say council members over the years, from this current present council, do you have any council members that have asked for this or voted for this publicly or specifically?
I believe during the council recruitment process last year, I think almost every council member expressed a desire to make this change, but recognized that it would have required a charter amendment, which at that time was not a feasible option, would have cost the city a lot of money since there was not a regular council election.
And there was no record of this. Usually when we have staff report, we have a history of, this was presented here or discussed here, or the idea was given to staff here. Do we have anything like that?
I don't believe, there may have been in some of the minutes from the meetings last year, but I don't have that in front of me.
Okay, so what was the timeline of this being initiated by staff and worked on to present to council?
I think probably maybe 2 months ago, the idea came up and we were talking about it. Michael, I think that's about the time frame.
Okay.
As the city clerk's recruitment was coming to close, we had discussions about the diversity among the applicants who were going to be rejected because they didn't meet this criterion. It's something that's been discussed in past years around recruitment. It's been discussed around the Keep Hayward Clean and Green Task Force. So it's not a new issue, but the way in which the timing made a lot of sense around the upcoming election, the council's recruitment and appointment process this month, and the whole issue around racial equity sort of converged in a way in which the three of us thought it would be timely to present it merely as a suggestion and in a very narrow kind of a framework that would require the voters to make a decision on it.
Okay. I appreciate that. And so it looks like it wasn't 2 months, maybe a couple weeks as the commission's application ended around last week or so.
Well, we did. Councilmember Wahab, we were watching the applications come in. I mean, the application period has been open for some period of time. So the three of us have been talking. We didn't just initiate this 2 weeks ago.
Last couple weeks.
Okay, so 2 months. Okay. So how much staff time was dedicated to this?
I would Michael, I don't know how much time.
Ballpark, it's nothing specific.
Yeah, a few hours maybe.
Yeah,
okay.
A few hours.
So is it correct to state that in the public that our executive officers decided to move forward to make this effort to change the charter because you heard it enough times by 4 members of this council to kind of work on it for this election cycle?
That's not accurate from my perspective.
It's not accurate? How so?
You've specifically referred to 4 council members. On June 23rd, the council unanimously directed us to move forward. And
okay, but prior to that, before it was brought as a kind of an item for us to review, to be placed on the agenda.
I'm not sure I understand that.
Let me jump in. This is a topic that has come up. I couldn't give you dates, but I know that it has come up the last couple of years at least, if not longer than that, for when we around our recruitment process, around. I know there was an extensive discussion about clean and green, and I even thought we had determined that it wouldn't necessarily have to apply there, but that recommendation was changed later. So it has come up a few times in discussion, and I think I don't know that we ever did any formal action, but it seemed like there was a consensus. Both since you've been on the council and before, I believe.
Okay, and I appreciate that clarity. And is this COVID related?
I don't know that it's specifically COVID related.
Okay. And then when people are applying to commissions, do we ask them if they are undocumented or anything like that, or a registered voter, or?
Yeah, I believe we asked if they're a registered voter.
Okay, but do we ask if, go ahead.
It's on the application form.
So we ask if they are a registered voter, but is it not possible for somebody to be not a registered voter, but a citizen of this country?
No.
So
yes, it is. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It is possible for someone to be a citizen and not a registered voter. But our charter says must be a qualified elector, which means you have to be a registered voter. It's not possible to be a registered voter if you're not a citizen, but the reverse is possible. I think you asked the reverse, right?
Basically, if you're able to be a citizen but without being registered.
Yes.
Is that possible? Okay.
Yes, but that's not, the charter didn't say citizen, it said a qualified elector.
Okay, and what is a qualified elector?
A registered voter.
Okay, and how do you become a registered voter?
By filling out the required forms for the Alameda County Registrar of Voters, but one of the criteria is being a U.S. citizen.
Okay.
And then being a resident of the community where you want to register, in this case, having a domicile in Hayward. A domicile is your permanent address.
Thank you. Are there any other, amending the charter obviously goes to the residents who are going to be voting. So are there any other recommendations regarding the charter that need to be included, or was this the only thing seen as priority? Is there anything else?
Well, over the years, at least from my perspective, and in being familiar with the charter, which was adopted in 1957, and the charter has been amended slightly over the years, most recently in 2016 for the 2018 election. The charter is weighed down by a great deal of unnecessary, unhelpful, and out-of-date material. So if a serious effort were to go into a charter amendment, it really is a lengthy community-based council process. And in many cities, it's in the form of a charter review commission for a comprehensive review and presentation to voters. And in this case, probably the next earliest date would be November of 2022.
Okay.
But that's how charter cities have decided to amend their charters. Oakland, for example, went through a very extensive process in the late 1990s, which resulted in a charter change that the voters approved. Alameda County has had a number of county charters that the voters have approved.
Okay.
Sometimes significant, sometimes they're cleanup measures.
And what type of city are we? We are a charter city, but what is the construct of our government? We are a weak form of mayor government, correct?
Council form of government.
Council manager form of government. Okay. And this could be potentially changed in the charter as well, right? You're
muted.
Yes.
Okay. And what was the reason that the city of Hayward currently doesn't allow non-citizens to participate on commissions, and how long was it in place?
1957.
Okay. 1957. Okay. Are green card holders allowed to participate?
They're not allowed to vote, so I don't believe they're allowed to participate under the current rules.
Okay. I do believe they're allowed to donate to political campaigns, so that's like a gray area, I guess. Are we doing, as much as we're doing to tackle inequities in our community, this being one of them, I wanted to know if we would be paying folks for their work and time on commissions.
The volunteers who serve are not compensated for their service on boards and commissions.
Okay. Is that true for the Planning Commission as well?
Yes.
Okay. And how many people tried applying to the commission and were rejected because they were non-citizens? Basically, what is the number of those that have complained that the system is, not including them?
City Attorney Lawson, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, thank you. So last year there were 2 that were rejected, and this year we had to disqualify 1 person.
Okay, so basically 1 or 2 people have they complained, or were they just informed that they did not meet the standard?
They didn't complain, but they did express that was not fair.
Okay. Okay.
And I also think there are probably people who don't apply because when they read the application form, you have to check a box that says you're a registered voter. So there's probably a number of other folks who I know who have expressed interest to various council members over the years about applying, but have just chosen not to apply because of the application form.
Yeah, I know that would scare off a lot of folks, especially with our current government system. So I asked this last meeting, but I never got a clear answer. I'm wondering if our city attorney can answer this. What is California's state law in regards to non-citizens being able to serve on commissions for different cities? Did we get an answer for that?
As I've just shown in the PowerPoint, cities make that determination about the criteria for serving on local advisory bodies.
Okay, but
county, there is no state law that I'm aware of that prohibits or regulates how a city determines service on its voluntary advisory bodies.
Okay. And previous discussion, it was stated that there may be a different criteria for the Planning Commission if this passes. Is that the case? And why?
Section 900 would allow the council to establish criteria by resolution or ordinance for criteria because the Planning Commission has a great deal of substantive power. The council might want to establish different or more extensive criteria for service on that commission as opposed to other commissions. That's really the substance of my comment. But again, it's up to the council to decide what the criteria might be if the citizenship requirement is eliminated.
Okay, so we could either be very inclusive and allow all people to be able to serve on all commissions, or set up a criteria for certain commissions if need be.
Yes.
So with all the discussion of government interference and intervention, is there any consideration to national security and influence on city engagement?
I'm not sure that I understand that question. If it's directed at
it could be directed to you or city manager, or
could you maybe reframe the question?
Yeah, with all the discussion, around the media about government interference with other governments and things like that, and intervention, is there any consideration to any national security issue or city security compliance, influence of city engagement?
I don't see a particular issue with that. I mean, board and commission members don't typically have access to, city databases or voter databases that might, create some of the issues I think you're talking about that there has been concerns about in the national agenda. Mm-hmm. I don't see any particular national security concerns around that.
So no confidential information or anything like that, even if they were to serve, let's say, on our chief advisory panel or our land use on the planning commission, no concerns around anything like that.
I think the only commission where I've seen that has closed sessions is potentially the Personnel Commission, where they deal with some employee disciplinary matters, but most of the commissions don't have closed session or deal with confidential information.
Great. The staff report, and you mentioned in your presentation, the city basically looked at other cities like Oakland and Berkeley to compare, the requirement of citizen and registered voter. But was there a community survey done in the city of Hayward to gauge the interest and input of our community members when, as we do when we discuss whether it's rent or changes to business or anything like that?
No, we did not do that in this case.
Okay. Could I understand a little bit more about the breakdown of the cost? This staff report stated that with the 4 members of council being on the ballot for this year, as well as this particular ballot, it would be roughly about $250,000. The last staff report stated that it would be about $4 to $6 per voter, which would start at $250 to about $360. But this staff report didn't include the total cost, including the TOT tax that we just passed to make sure it's on the ballot. What is the total cost to the city per this item, as well as just in general?
I have a breakdown that the city clerk's office provided and put together. Miriam, do you want me to go through that, or would you prefer to answer that question?
Kelly, if you could go over that information, that would be fine.
Great. Yeah, so there's 2 components to the cost of an election. There is sort of the baseline per voter cost that pays for the Register of Voter Services, processing the ballots, and that so historically in June of 2016, that was $4.24 per voter. November of 2016, it's $2.63 per voter, and November of 2018 is $3.50 per voter, and that is spread across all the cities in the county, depending on how many measures are on the ballot, what's on the ballot. So it varies from election to election. So that baseline budget for the November 2018 ballot was $245,395.50. And then there is an additional cost that is for each of our individual city measures, including council seats and the mayor's seat. There we have to pay for translation, typesetting, pre-press, printing, binding, and mailing of the voter guides, and the cost is calculated at a rate per page. And so that isn't determined until every agency has submitted their ballot materials. So in November 2018, we had the mayor's seat, 2 council seats, and the real property transfer tax, Measure T, on the ballot. That ended up for translation and all of those other service costs, that additional cost was $21,209.27. So you add that to the $245,395 to get the total election cost. Well, it'd be $245,395 plus $21,209.
Okay, because the previous presidential election cycle, we were hitting around 300,000. So I just want to see where we're at with that. But in
November 2016, which was the presidential election, actually our cost was only $184,952 plus an additional $5,000 for the cannabis measure.
But that is, well, we did not have a council election coinciding with the presidential election.
Yeah.
That we were still doing it with the primary.
Yeah. So the final question I have is, what is the process of becoming a commissioner for the city? Like basically for a person interested, what is the process?
Miriam, do you want to answer that question?
Yes, I'll be happy to do that. Individuals need to complete the application that we have on our website. And basically, the individuals need to reside in the city of Hayward, and they have to be registered voters. That's the criteria to qualify to apply for.
Okay, and then after application, the council appoints them, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and how is that process?
How is that process? So, as you know, Councilmember Wahab, the applications are provided to the entire council for the review.
Okay.
And council members have the opportunity to pre-screen the applicants that they want to invite to the interviews.
Okay. And pre-screen based on their own, considerations. And what is the overall point of a council appointing commissioners rather than, let's say, a first come, first serve policy?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
So if a resident is interested in serving the community and volunteering without pay, spending their time, and they want to either be part of Keep Hayward Clean and Green, the Community Services Commission, whatever commission they prefer, why do we go through such an extensive process if we want to be inclusive and not just allow people to just volunteer, whether it's 6 months, a year, a month, however long they decide? Why do we keep such track of this? What's the point of it?
Because every given year we don't have enough vacancies to fill. As you know, for instance, on the Planning Commission we only have one vacancy, and we received over 92 applications this year. So there's always great interest for many people to be involved. And unfortunately, we don't have enough vacancies to appoint every person who comes and applies.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Salinas?
I have a point of order. The staff report was 4 pages long, and we're now encroaching on almost 30 minutes of questions on an item, and where the staff report was pretty self-explanatory. So if I were to ask 30 minutes of questions on anything, I would pretty much be expected to be shut down probably in minute 17. And so I would hope that in the future that we limit council members to appropriate time limits to answering questions, because it's 11:30. It's 11:23, and we've been listening to questions from one council member for almost 30 minutes on a 4-page report to the council. And so this is ridiculous. And so I hope moving forward.
Councilmember Salinas, I have to say that we are now on the question period. So you have a question?
I'm making a comment that I hope moving forward we can regulate our meetings in a much timely fashion.
Yes,
thank you.
Okay. Point.
There's also a member of the public.
Yeah, we do have a. So I want to know if there is any other member of council who has a question right now. Could you put participants up so we can see?
No one's raised their hand.
Yeah, no one's hands are raised. So I'm going to open the public comment period for this item. And do we have any speakers, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have one speaker. And one moment, please. Go ahead. You're on the air.
Okay. Thank you, folks. This is Vanessa Sadsad again. Shout out Councilmember Mark Salinas, although ironically enough, I think it speaks to everyone on y'all folks' time limits on your questions. Get to your point, please. Especially if you have an agenda behind it. Anyways, to the point, I strongly encourage y'all to really make some bold progressive change right now regarding the charter amendment. I think you all can go further following the lead of San Francisco, specifically the SF Commissions for All coalition. I think you all here can join others and really take that lead on having commissioners be equitable, or commissions themselves be both equitable and inclusive. What that means is have them be open to your undocumented community. I echo the sentiments of Councilmembers Emanuel as a Chabot College alumni, where many of our students would like to participate but could not. What we need to do is recognize that COVID has really exacerbated a lot of disparities, and we need to make sure that we have everyone at the table, including these aspiring citizens, members of our own community. So really take that into consideration, make that part of the charter amendment, lead amongst the state and this country on making commissioners and commissions for all. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, are there any other callers?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have 2 additional members.
All right. The next caller on the line, please.
Please go ahead. You're on the air.
Hello, good evening. My name is Arcelia Orozco, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to really talk to the city council representatives that represent the community, especially in the Latino community, to make sure that all these decisions that are made that everybody's will have a chance to be part of these, be inclusive, like the last caller said. We need to do that, and I'll just make it short. And also regarding Mr. Salinas' comment, you know what? It's 11:30, and I have had a really long day. But the only person that is asking the questions, and that we, the community, are learning, okay? Because you guys are there for so many years, and you guys know the loops and everything, and we don't, okay? We have a hard time understanding all, some of the presentations that are with these words that sometimes we don't even, understand what they mean, But you guys are used to that, and the only council member that's trying to teach us, the community, to learn how the process works, you are shutting her up. Shame on you, Salinas. Shame on you. And also, what I do when I look at all these meetings, what I do, and I do this for free, I go out to my community and tell them the information that I've learned from all these questions that are being raised. So thank you, Ms. Wahab, for making those questions. And please do not shut her up, because we learn, when she raises those questions, we learn. And if it's too late for you, maybe that seed doesn't, maybe you should find something else to do then, and maybe you should not represent us, because that's what it takes. This is the community speaking out and saying if this is too long for you, I am sorry, you need to leave. Then you don't represent us, because the people that really do care about the community.
Thank you. Your time is up, Mr. Roscoe.
Thank you,
Madam City Clerk. Next caller.
Please go ahead. You're on the air.
Yes, hi. I first of all just want to thank Councilmember Wahab for all of her questions. Every time I watch a city council meeting, I am educated by what a lot of the rest of the council does not want to be disclosed to the public. So thank you, Councilmember Wahab, for doing that. I appreciate every single question you ask, every single comment you make. Councilmember Salinas, if you don't like it, if you have something better to do, please resign. She is actually doing her job. Instead of following her lead and asking questions and educating us, you sit there silently doing absolutely nothing. So if you have nothing useful to say or you can't educate us, don't say anything at all. Secondly, why are we focusing on this right now? Don't we have a pandemic to deal with? Why can't we use that $200,000 or more on something more useful? Homelessness, substance use, COVID. For goodness sakes, why is this even on the table right now? I don't understand that. Do you guys not understand the urgency of what is going on? There's not enough tests. People are dying. There's not enough education in this city. And you're focusing your efforts on this, something that is not pertinent, something that is not life-threatening. I really do not understand where the mindset of this council is and why we're focusing on this. So if there's any way to reconsider this and put it on a future agenda once we've gotten this COVID thing
situation figured out, please do so then. It's a great thing, but now is not the time. I don't understand what is going on with this council and why you guys can't prioritize. I want whoever is listening to know that 3 council members are up for re-election. We don't need these people anymore. We need people to fight for us. So vote and get them out, especially Mark
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Mayor, can I clarify? I just want to clarify.
Yes, go ahead.
This specific ballot measure is not costing $250,000. The overall election cost is $250,000. The incremental cost of adding this to the ballot is maybe somewhere in the $5,000 to $10,000 range. We will know that once the final ballot is printed, but I just wanted to clarify that for members of the public.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, are there any other callers?
Yes, Madam Mayor, one more. One moment, please.
Please.
Please go ahead. You're on the air.
Yes. Councilman Aisha Wahab, we appreciate you so much. It is obvious a lot of these other council members don't understand what they're supposed to be deciding on and are refusing to ask the appropriate questions to get an understanding before taking a vote. And we appreciate that you seem to be the most human of all the city representatives that seem to want to be in a bubble and in a bowl all by themselves, sitting very pretty and secure, such as the mayor, who seems to need to be replaced permanently. It is very necessary, the questions you're asking, because from the silence and even the few questions that the other council members ask, it is obvious they don't know anything and they're not reading these documents themselves. I am tired of hearing the lies being told by the city housing manager about various housing programs that are total misinformation that she's having the landlords tell tenants. They are not relaying this information to the tenants point blank, period. And if they mention these subjects, they are being told the wrong information by these landlords and other city officials.
Are you speaking to the issue at hand, which is the proposed ballot measure?
We are you. We, the people, are with you. We're tired of other city members and mayors like your fellow colleagues having their knees on our necks and in our backs, pushing our faces into the ground to die.
Okay, thank you. Your time is up. Madam City Clerk, are there any other speakers?
Yes, Madam Mayor. One moment, please. Go ahead. You're on the air.
Hi, my name is Angelica. I just wanted to call in and say that I'm really thankful that this is being discussed to put forth on the ballot. It's very important. I appreciate it so much. I know so many people that would love to serve on advisory board committees and have been turned away for that very reason. So I just appreciate that this is finally coming to the table. I did want to say I was a little confused on Wahab's direction and where she was going with the line of questioning. So I think it's really great that she's putting all of these things forward for people to understand, but a little bit more clarity on her direction when she's posing the questions would be helpful. I wasn't sure if she was for this or against this. And that's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk?
Please go ahead. You're on the air.
Hi, yes, I also just wanted to commend Councilmember Wahad for her insightful questions and just helping us all understand as a community. And it was very helpful, so I just wanted to say that. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Holiday. That was our last speaker for this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we will close public comment, and I would entertain council comments and or a motion. Councilmember Mendel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of brief comments. First, I want to thank Councilmember Marquez for bringing up the issue of allowing, expanding the number of people who can serve on our commissions. I think, I don't remember the exact year, but it was in your first or second year on the council that you brought that up during the interviews. I remember discussing it with you back then. Unfortunately, the cost of a charter amendment would have been much more expensive back when it was much more expensive back when the elections were in June. The incremental cost was much higher. And so I think there were a couple times where we thought about putting something like this on there, but because of the incremental cost, delayed it. But the incremental cost now is $7,000. And so this is absolutely a good thing for us to do. I thank the city manager, city attorney, and city clerk for making this suggestion and bringing it before us. Thank you to Councilmember Marquez for the original idea. And I really appreciate that we've included the gender pronouns cleanup. 8 years ago, I read the charter in my first week on the job and was just shocked at many of the outdated things in there, but especially that the mayor was always referred to as a man and council members were always men and city manager was always referred to as male. That was just unacceptable. And so I'm glad that we're able to fix that change as part of this. So thank you to everyone who worked on this. I'll definitely be supporting the motion once somebody makes it.
You aren't making a motion? I guess not. Is there anyone who would like to make a motion or comment further?
I'll move the item.
Okay.
I believe that the mayor was actually going to make the motion.
All right. I will move the staff recommendation. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Actually, that's true. I was going to call on Councilmember Zermeño a long time ago to do that. But let's go forward. I have moved, and Councilmember Zermeño has seconded the motion for the staff recommendation.
If I may,
Councilmember Salinas.
I have a couple of things.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilmember Zermeño.
No problem. One of the speakers spoke about why are we doing this? Get our priorities straight. Well, we're doing this because there is a community out in our city that would like to participate and cannot participate. This is the DACA community. These are some of my students. These are some of our friends. This is the Latinx community that wants to participate. And that same Latinx community also would like to see a gender-friendly, a gender-neutral language. We're not doing it because somebody said, hey, let's do something. We have a lot of time. No, we're doing it because people in the community request that we do it. That's the reason that it's on the agenda. It should not have taken this long, but it did, so be it. So that brings me to my second point. If anyone out there in our community, and we have something close to 160,000 people, anybody out there have a question on anything at all that we are discussing, that we are about to discuss, that you want to know more about, and typically folks who are interested in the city of Hayward can run onto the agenda by Friday. So we have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday to look over if you're really interested and go, oh, I don't understand this thing. What's going on here? Let me dial Cermeño. Let me dial Marquez, Salinas. Let me dial Wahab. Let me email, whatever. We are here for you to answer all of your questions. Do not feel that we will not answer your questions. That's important. So please ask us. And those are my comments. I thank Mr. Lawson, Ms. Lenz, and Ms. McAdoo for bringing this, because it's something that the community has requested. Thank you. And certainly we'll vote for it.
Thank you. Councilmember Salinas?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I wanted to, first thank the council's appointed officers for bringing this to us. I can't help but to look at that 1957 date. 1957 was, it's been a long time when, we've made changes like this, and they're long overdue, and it's something that I think will achieve several policy goals that we have set forth over the last several years. One is to increase civic engagement. Our goal, and one thing that I have committed myself to do, is to make sure that City Hall is connected to as many people possible throughout the city, in every neighborhood, on every street, and what this initiative will do, what this measure will do, is it will not only engage our neighborhoods and more families, but it will grow and increase participation on boards and commissions and task forces, a voice that is very, very much needed. All you have to do is go to any parent center. All you have to do is go to any community meeting throughout the city, and you'll see families who are engaged and are active in those committees. And so what we're doing here is we're lifting one of the last vestiges of prohibitive immigration laws to allow people to participate. And I think that this is the right thing to do. I think this is a good thing to do, and I'm glad that it will be put to voters on the ballot this November. I was also pleased to see that the city of San Francisco will be putting it on the ballot. And as an alum from San Francisco State University, it was great to be at a university where I participated and worked with and were engaged in federal, local, and statewide politics with diverse groups, diverse students, and I saw firsthand, and I engaged firsthand with folks, with fellow students and their families, and we got a lot accomplished in those times. And so, and lastly, I will say that this is how you build a true inclusive city, where we promote and we include and we pass policies that truly address structural inequalities that prohibit people from participating on boards and commissions and other bodies that make decisions that we need to make on a daily basis. So I'm glad this is coming to us. I appreciate that my colleagues will be supporting this, and I'll be voting yes on this tonight. And you can be for sure that I will be voting for this in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marquez?
Turn that down. Hi. Thank you. So one thing ever since I initially got appointed to a commission in 2004 was I seen the criteria on the application. And back then I was even concerned with such a high number of undocumented community members. I just felt like it was limiting their level of involvement. So this is a concern I've had pre being on council. once I got appointed and then elected, I would always encourage people, no matter whether or not they're registered voters, they do have a voice in City Hall. They can email, they can call. Back then, they could come to council meetings. Now they can call in. So it's really important for people to have access to City Hall and being in the room and a part of the conversations to move our city forward. So I really want to commend our city attorney, our city manager, and our city clerk. I think this decision obviously was made hearing collective feedback throughout the years, and you have to seize opportunities, and this is the opportunity. It makes the most sense. It's economically feasible. And basically what we're doing is posing the question to the voters. Do you want our community to be inclusive? And quite frankly, I'm fed up with reading councilmen and all the mail reference and a lot of old documents. And I've never even liked to be identified as a councilwoman. I am a council member. I am serving a role of responsibility and duty. So I'm really, really excited that we are going to be cleaning up this language, making our community more inclusive. But the decision doesn't lie with us. We're just the first step in posing the question to the voters. So I'm happy to support this motion, and I strongly, strongly encourage our community to not get lost in the weeds in the conversation, read the ballot question. And the question is, do you want our community to be inclusive? It's really simple, yes or no. And I truly want us to be, and this is one big step in that direction. So thank you to everyone who will be supporting this motion. I hope that it's unanimous, but we'll see.
Okay. Anyone else? I don't see.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
So I appreciate all the comments and people calling in. I know that for me, I know that a lot of people have messaged me inquiring a lot of things. I want to make it very clear. I ask a lot of questions primarily because the staff report was that 4 pages. There was a lot of areas that we did not have information on. And the community who also read the staff report was unclear. And there was 2 graphs on it that took even half the page. So there wasn't a lot there, but I asked questions not only for people that, let's say, you would agree with, but also disagree with, so people have the understanding of what's going on. That is why I ask a lot of questions for everybody that has asked me a question, so they can hear publicly what is being discussed and what is the answer. So I want to be very clear. I want and always will be working to ensure that the city is as inclusive and transparent as possible in everything we do. I personally am proud to be able to serve the city of Hayward and the residents as someone whose family were refugees, were immigrants, and asylum seekers. Inclusion and equity is vital to learning and improving what we can do to the diverse opinions on a body like a commission. We learn, we get better. But this staff report doesn't address the root cause nor meet the goal of having more people able to serve the city of Hayward in a fair manner. To be completely clear, commissioners, just last week we were informed, are currently and will still be appointed by council members with no other requirements being enforced. Just last week, we were informed that for the 2nd year in a row, we have appointed commissioners by this council that aren't even making 1 meeting a month at our current 75% threshold of attendance. Council did not remove them to allow someone else more dedicated to serve the community. If service is above politics or favoritism or comfort, then a system would be in place to make it truly fair. These people are volunteering. People could apply, meet the requirements, and then be selected by a lottery system to fill that position without council hand-selecting folks they prefer, rather than the same people rotating through commissions over the years because they are familiar with them. Without the specific direction of council, this non-COVID related decision to amend the charter on this hand-picked issue was made in a non-transparent manner, the biggest problem in the city that I have and highlighted time and time again. So since the global health pandemic that is COVID, the city has laid off city employees, reduced city services, have unfunded liabilities growing, the financial reserves being depleted, and more. We are now on a watch list as our infection rates are the 2nd highest in the county and growing. Residents have been laid off, businesses have been closing, and we have had 3 officer-involved shootings in less than 2 weeks, all while the community is screaming for help and attention to these items. To move forward with this half-cocked idea with so much unaddressed is bad form. It is not a significant amount of money, but that was not even clear. And to be completely honest, we should be doing more around the issues that hundreds of residents have requested, not just one or two. Those are important issues as well. But in this time, it falls short of any significant inclusion effort with no community survey completed. Another example of the lack of inclusion. Just as today, another example, it isn't clear to me as a council member, and I'm aware that the public is also questioning where this referral process lies. How do people get things on the agenda? As last week it was stated, council didn't want the referral process to be brought back. Why? I'm unclear, because this conversation was never done publicly. And supposedly COVID items are the focus, but that clearly is not the case as this item shows. So while there is a city game of hot potato on the referral process and why no referrals will be reviewed for now nearly 5 months, and who knows for how long at this decision was also made outside of the public forum, I know that the public deserves better at this time. The community is hoping that we can address the Black Lives Matter movement with the same speed of this item. Finally, and frankly, and at this time, if staff time, let alone executive staff time, can be utilized for this, it can be utilized for higher priority issues as we are in the midst of every issue being life or death. I personally believe that we can do better. Thank you.
Councilmember Lamnon.
It is not okay to use our city council meetings as an opportunity to say things that are not true. It is not okay to use our council meetings to lead staff along a path that we absolutely know the answers to. If we have opinions as council members, we certainly have our right to say them. I ask that my colleagues that those be factual, and I ask that we respect the opportunity for the public to communicate by not just waiting for these televised forums to communicate, but to actually talk to each other as colleagues, as long as the Brown Act allows, and to talk to the community to answer these questions. This is not the opportunity to grandstand. And so for that, I will stop speaking and say that I'm happy to support the item. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe everyone has spoken. I don't see any other hands raised. So on the motion to support the staff recommendation made by myself and seconded by Councilmember Zermano, Madam City Clerk, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Lamnon.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Mendel.
Yes.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes, I'll let the voters vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Zermano.
Yes.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes, and the motion passes with 7 aye votes. That brings us to comments from our city manager. Do you have any this evening?
No, I do not have any comments this evening.
All right, council reports and announcements. Anyone have anything to offer? I'm not seeing hands raised. I'm not hearing anyone speak up. I think I will also defer any comments tonight. We have no referrals, and therefore this meeting is adjourned.